exchange information, in particular on best practices. A few example, concrete example on how you try to push reducing CO2 emission. And then, since you are business leaders, we want to listen more on the leader initiative and strategies in climate actions. These are, I think it's expected from you all. And then we would like to encourage dialogue. So I would welcome the floor if we have ample time. And then most importantly, we never retouch this, is networking. We should create networking. I wonder how we can make this much more solid by following up meeting, not necessarily here, but in Jakarta or in Tanah Air. So that is the setting of the stage, and I do not want to repeat because they call upon your name already. Now, I go to my own expectation. First one, on behalf of the audience, we would like you to tell again what is your business about and how you embed and how you include this promoting climate actions in your company. And then what is opportunities exist if you want to push further? That is the second question. Third question, many questions, yeah? What are the key challenges, key challenge that you are facing? And how can you address that? One more question. Quantitatively, if possible, what are the direct and indirect contribution from your company towards achieving the nationally determined contribution, NDC, or now you call it enhanced NDC. Enhanced NDC. So tell us your outline. I just mentioned 5 questions. It's not necessary for you to address all, but please choose 1, 2. But if you want to do it 5, it's all right. 1, 2. The problem only that time allocation is 10 minutes. If you go exceeding more than 1, 2 minutes, I will not stop. But if you are approaching 15 minutes, I think I'll take the mic by force. So, those are the questions, and I hope you have something to tell us about those things. We will start the order of presentation and introduction from the panelists, following this respectively, Pak Amri, Bu Gita, Pak Rahmat, Pak Sihol, Bu Febi. Jangan marah, soalnya Pak Sihol kan abang kelasnya, jadi nggak apa-apa duluan. Sekali-sekali. Terima kasih, thank you very much for your cooperation. I seek clearly, we have only 80 minutes. So if all of us use 10 to 15 minutes, we have about 20 minutes to entertain curiosity from the floor. I thank you very much, and may I invite Pak Amri, please.
Thank you, Pak Moderator, Dr. Efransya. Distinguished guests, distinguished panelists, and ladies and gentlemen. Today I'd like to share the implementation of climate change strategy, as mentioned by Pak Moderator. How is it implemented in Medco Energy International as business sector player in driving climate resilience? Now, me personally, I'm lucky enough that I joined this event for the 4th time in the last 6 years. So I can also present my reports to you, what progress we have made in these last 6 years. So in my view, it is very important that we learn from each other and build stronger network to guide the climate change agenda. Next slide, please. Now, firstly, let me give you a bit of background on Medco Energy for those of you who probably doesn't know Medco Energy. Our company is strategically positioned with solid foundation in Indonesia. You can see on the slides. And extending our operations to across Southeast Asia and Middle East. We operate in countries with strong aspirations for development and growth. Thus, our business supplies reliable, affordable, and sustainable energy that catalyzes our host countries' development and growth aspirations. We have three core businesses: oil and gas, clean power, and a non-consolidated interest in copper and gold mining at Aman Mineral, Nusa Tenggara. Any feedback? While oil and gas business focuses in upstream, which includes exploration, development, and production, our clean power focuses on sustainable energy generation using gas and renewable energy such as geothermal, mini hydro, and solar PV. The copper and gold mining integrated process from exploration to refinery. In a way, our business reflecting energy transition with oil and gas as the business foundation addressing current energy demand, with majority gas as transition fuel, and transitioning to renewable energy through the power subsidiary, and investment in copper mining as critical mineral for electrification. Next slide, please. These slides shows that Southeast Asian economics are among the fastest growing countries in the world. Southeast Asia, including Indonesia, is experiencing significant economic growth, making it one of the fastest growing region globally. Indonesia, the most populous country in Southeast Asia, is experiencing rapid economic expansion. It aspires to become an advanced economic country by 2045. Some GDP trends to highlight. The first chart on the left-hand side illustrates the growth in GDP for Southeast Asia and Indonesia from 2020 to 2050. GDP of Indonesia and the other Southeast Asian countries are consistently rising, as you can see on the chart. The region's GDP contributions to the world is also continue growing, with Indonesia playing an important role. The second chart on the right-hand side shows projection of the workforce and GDP per capita up to 2050. Southeast Asia's working age population is expanding, providing a strong base for economic growth. And GDP per capita for both Indonesia and Southeast Asia is increasing, highlighting improvements in economic prosperity and living standards. So with the right strategy to support the growing workforce and energy demands, Southeast Asia, particularly Indonesia, is well positioned for continued economic success. So it is important for Medco Energy to play its part in supplying the needs of energy to support such fast growth. Next slides, please. I mentioned the region's growth and the opportunities for Medco to play an important role in supporting the growth by fueling its energy demands. As you may aware, the challenges of the energy trilemma is how to supply a reliable and affordable energy, but that also addresses its impacts to climate change or sustainability. So Medco is committed to decarbonization, and our target is to achieve Scope 1 and Scope 2 emission net zero by 2050 and Scope 3 by 2060. Our climate change strategy, as displayed here, was established back in 2022. However, the groundwork started as far as 2018. Among them, starting the inventory of Scope 1, expanding to Scope 2, and establishing standards and tools in 2019. There are three key strategic pillars in our climate change strategy: emission reduction on the left-hand side, transition to low carbon energy, that's the middle part, and emerging physical climate risk management, the right-hand side column. Under emission reduction pillar, we apply technology and best practices to reduce flaring, venting, and fugitive emissions, reduce energy use, adopt renewable energy sources, and other things. We also do carbon removals and offset through sequestration using nature-based solutions, such as buying REC from PLN or from our subsidiary, Medco Power, and exploiting CCUS or CCS opportunities. The second pillar addresses the transition to a low carbon energy portfolio. We are growing our gas production as transition fuel, expanding our renewable power portfolio through Medco Power, and assessing the feasibility of adopting emerging renewable technologies, such as hydrogen power. The third pillar, emerging physical climate risk management, addresses our efforts related to climate risk management either through climate adaptation, such as assessing the potential financial impact of climate risk and implementing the system to monitor climate hazards and impact regularly. Or through climate design, by conducting physical risk and biodiversity assessment on new investment and integrate climate risk assessment into our engineering design, Through these three pillars, Medco Energy is committed to decarbonizing and maintaining ESG leadership and striving towards our net zero targets in 2050 and 2060. At the bottom of the slide, you can see that we have achieved our 2025 Scope 1 and 2 GHG emission reduction and ENP methane emission reduction interim targets 2 years ahead of the plan. While on the renewable mix, bottom right-hand side, the installed capacity, we expect to grow from 26% in 2025 to 30% in 2030. We are on track to meet our sustainability target. Next slide, please. Now, these are some tangible examples of the climate actions implementing our strategy, as I mentioned before. We do emission abatement through process optimizations, operating mode adjustments, and equipment modifications. The middle picture shows our ground-mounted solar PV in Sumbawa supporting the Aman copper and gold mining power generation transition plan, retiring the current coal and diesel fuel to gas and solar PV power generations. Pak Rahmat Makassau, President Director of Aman Mineral, will share more about this effort in the next session this afternoon. The image on the right highlights our efforts to address emerging climate risk by supporting local communities. We work to strengthen the climate resilience by providing knowledge on climate-related risks and empower them to adopt environmentally friendly land clearing methods, avoiding the practice of burning fields. Now we can only implement our strategy if we can engage our internal organization or employees by providing knowledge, capability, and expertise on sustainability and climate change to help the company translate the strategy into actions and exemplify that ESG is an integral part of Medco's business operation. Through these initiatives, we are translating our decarbonization strategy into tangible actions and drive environmental and social benefit, supporting a sustainable future. Next slide, please. Now, these are some pictures just to show further example of our climate actions, such as integrating solar PV system across our sites to boost sustainability and cut emissions. Introduce minimum facility platform. Energy required for the platform can be generated solely by solar cell system. Hence, avoiding further GHG emission that may come from using gas turbine or diesel generators. The initiative will continue to be implemented for future projects. Next slide, please. And as part of our first pillar strategy, reducing emission, we are also currently exploring the potential of carbon capture and storage. Carbon capture, whether nature-based or technology-based like CCS, has to be part of the effort to achieve net zero. Now, I'm glad to hear that Pa Hasim's speech as President's Special Envoy today, touching about the CCS and CCUS this morning. And if we see from those locations, one of our main locations is in Natuna Sea, which is quite close to the border of the countries. So by doing this, we can also help the region, not only the countries, in carbon capture and or CCUS effort. Next slide, please. More examples on renewable energy portfolio, the solar PV, geothermal, and mini hydro in different states of development. And operation I talked about earlier. I would just like to point out one other cross-border interconnection potential stated here under our Medco Powers organization. So you can see on the top there, there is a PV opportunity which we can supply to the neighboring countries. And our Medco Powers President Director Eka Satria will elaborate further these opportunities, cross-border collaborations potential on green energies in tomorrow's session. So please attend that. Next slide, please. Now this is my last slide just as a closure. In summary, Medco Energy continues to be committed to deliver affordable, reliable, and sustainable energy by integrating climate goals into our business strategy and building a diversified and resilient energy portfolio that is aligned with climate action goals and the transition to a low carbon future to support the increasing energy demand for growth. Thank you. I'm happy to answer.
Thank you very
questions.
much. Thank you, Pak Amri Siahan, on behalf of Medco, presenting the ambitions. And I see the actions on mitigation as well as adaptation. And it is worth noted that Medco also already introduced and quite pioneer in the CCS technology. Thank you very much. So can I go to my second speaker? Mrs. Gita Tiffany Bor is representing Astra International, and she will talk about us about sustainability aspiration for supporting NDC or enhanced NDC in the Astra Group. Please, Ibu Tiffany.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Selamat sore. Good afternoon, everyone. I will start with telling a bit about our company. So Astra International, we are a company with diversified portfolio comprising of 7 lines of business. We have automotive, we have financial service, we also have heavy equipment, construction and energy. We also have infrastructure and logistics, agricultural, information technology, and property. To date, within the group, we have around 280 companies, and we are supported by about 200,000, we call it Insan Astra, or Astra people, that work together to realize our mission that we want to prosper together with the nation. We also collaborate closely with the communities to empower and support them. And to date, we have fostered around 1,300 villages across Indonesia. We support them, empower them in the health sector, education, entrepreneurship, and environment. On sustainability, our approach to sustainability is that we want to fully integrate sustainability in our strategy, in our work plan. So back in 2022, we start our journey, we launched Astra 2030 Sustainability Aspiration, which set out the targets that we want to achieve by 2030 with respect to 10 sustainability focus areas. And this includes reduction of greenhouse gas emission, increasing the use of renewable energy mix in our operation, and also to increase the revenue of our non-coal businesses. Through our sustainability aspiration, we would like to contribute to Indonesian NDC target. As we know, under Indonesia NDC, in terms of reduction of emissions, the focus is in 5 sectors: on energy, waste, forests, and other land use, or we call it FOLU, agriculture, and industrial process and products use. Okay? And for us, we align in 3 sectors, which is energy, waste, and FOLU. And each of these we will describe in the next slide in terms of what our company have done in each of these sectors. Next slide. Yeah. So on reducing emission in the energy sector, we implement a structured hierarchy in decarbonizing our business operation. First, we do it through elimination by design, and then we have reduction. This in terms of fuel energy efficiency. And then the third one is substitution to renewable energy adoption. And the last one is compensation to carbon removal and offset. An example in our company in terms of elimination by design, one of our company that manufacture automotive component, they've changed one of the process where they used to use electric conveyor. Now they're using gravity-based mechanism. And on reduction of energy, our mining contracting business uses artificial intelligence to identify and implement different ways of driving the heavy equipment to expand fuel efficiency. Right? And then I think for an example for the last one, elimination, one of our company, our agribusiness company, uses methane that they capture from waste to power their boilers. Right? So these are the examples of what we've done in terms of decarbonizing our business operations. We, at the end of 2023, we're able to reduce our Scope 1 and Scope 2 greenhouse gas emission to almost 14%. This compared to the 2019 baseline. This is actually an improvement where previously the reduction is 10%. Next slide. Yeah, also still in the energy sector, in the last 2 years, we've also made investment in cleaner energy business. We have solar PV, also in hydro, particularly mini hydro and geothermal power generation business. We also explored other opportunity like waste to energy. Currently, we have a project in West Java where the plan is to process around 2,000 tons of waste a day to generate electricity around 40 megawatt. And last, on the energy sector, we continue to collaborate with our principal and partners in supporting Indonesian electric vehicle ecosystem through our multi-pathway strategy. Right? Year to date, the market share of our xEV is at 38%. Next slide. Next slide. Yeah. So that was on the energy sector. In the waste sector, We encourage our group companies to adopt circular economy approach, particularly in extending life cycle of the products and also reducing waste. An example that we have done is in remanufacturing. This is one of our company that focus on restoration of heavy equipment components. This is like the big components, not the small part. In average, every year they're able to remanufacture around 4,000 units a year. And also on the recycle part, one of the company that manufacture machining for automotive parts, they're able to recycle around 65,000 tons of scrap metal a year. So this is actually improvement because previously around 60% of the primary material is actually from new metal, but now 100% is basically from scrap metal. Next slide. On the follow section, we would like to highlight two of our program. The first one is avoidance and reduction. This is to protect existing natural forests and peatland, which is essential for carbon absorption. This is led by our company, Pertiwi Nusantara Raya, covering a forest area of more than 125,000 hectares in Papua. The area are covered by forests, and majority are primary forests. The company, working together with communities in 9 villages, is committed to protecting this forest and its biodiversity. The other example in the FOLU is we collaborate with communities in one of Indonesian government program, the socio-agroforestry. In this one, we collaborate with around 10,000 farmers in North Sumatra, in West Java, Central Java, and also Yogyakarta. We developed a tree planting program that would able not only to absorb carbon, but also to increase the income of farmers and also provide opportunity for food security. So that's the last slide. I guess as a closing note, we are aware, we know that our role is a small part in a much bigger national movement, but we believe that we work together with all stakeholders, other businesses, governments, and communities. We believe we can support a resilient and sustainable Indonesia where we can create a future where climate need and economic development are balanced for the benefit of all. Thank you.
Thank you, Bu Tiffany. Thank you very much. We learn a lot from initiative taken by Astra, and some good news came, as I recall, on the last of presentation of Ibu Tiffany in Dubai. I think we are quite departing. So thank you, it's encouraging news. Okay, now I move on to Pak Rahmat Pribadi from the President Director of PT Pupuk Indonesia. So he will elaborate a bit about food, energy, and energy security. Sorry, food security and energy security. So this is quite interesting to zoom in, because at the end, he will be talking on how to reach the 2060 NZEs, yeah, or sooner, 2060 or sooner, Pak. Okay, please, Pak Rahmat, persilahkan.
Thank you, Pak. Good afternoon, everyone. Distinguished panelists, everyone. I'd like to start off my presentation using Pupuk Indonesia. Pupuk Indonesia is, as Pak Moderator was saying, we are state-owned enterprises. Close to 80% of our business is fertilizers, and our main fertilizers is urea. We produces total fertilizer 14.5 million tons of various fertilizers, and of which we produce 9.3 million tons of urea. That makes us as the largest N-based fertilizer producers in Asia Pacific, Middle East, and North Africa. But on top of fertilizer that we produce all sort of things, among which is ammonia, a key chemical compound that is critical to energy transitions. Globally, in revenue and in asset size, we are number 8 largest fertilizer company, and in profit we are 7th largest. This is just to give you a perspective on how we are positioned at the global stage. I'd like to continue and reiterate again the commitment of the new administration that has been inaugurated very recently, and I'm very pleased to listen to Pak Hasim remark is very positive, very okay. I think this is very important. What I think everyone would agree with me. What we listened to Pak Hasim this afternoon was a clarity in where the government is going to move forward. This clear mission is very important because we are just a little bit over 6 years from 2030, where everybody or Indonesia has committed to reduce the emission by 30%. And the clarity is very important because time is very short. In Pupuk Indonesia, of course, we support the achievement of NDCs. We are very much ahead of our target. Today, we already reached close to 30% of reduction from BAU, and we are looking at reaching 31 or 32% reduction by 2030. And I'm also, as Pak Amir mentioned, also very pleased and excited on what Pak Hasim has said about carbon capture storage. He mentioned the carbon capture storage facility would be able to accommodate about 500 gigaton of CO2, which is huge as compared to, I think, the Indonesian carbon emission. That is huge. And that is very important because I think in our effort to reduce our carbon emissions, that carbon capture storage will play a critical role. We are a company that use fossil fuel as a feedstock, so we by definition we will emit carbon dioxide or carbon monoxide. So we need somewhere to store that. But on top of that, of course, we're also looking at the green technologies. Very importantly, also we have nature-based solutions where we collaborate with local communities who owns unproductive land, and we empower them. Together with them, we plant trees, and those trees we selected fruits, so they can harvest the fruits where we can use the tree to claim our carbon credit. As I mentioned, ammonia is a critical chemical compound in decarbonizing our society. Today, most of the usage of ammonia is for petrochemicals, for fertilizers and all the like. But in the future, because of the unique chemical compound of ammonia, these sits as a full transition fuel. Very importantly, because this is carbon-free fuel. So we project that in the next decade and many decades to come, the growth of the demand for ammonia will come from energy sectors. We've seen this trend that we are moving to supply the ammonia for energy sectors. Look at the regulatory policies in Japan, in Europe, in USA. Everybody is giving an incentives of of pushing clean ammonia businesses. And an ammonia supplier like us, globally, almost all ammonia producers has a strong commitment to push the clean ammonia business. So clean ammonia, there are two clean ammonia. For those who are not familiar with clean ammonia, there are two types of clean ammonia. One is blue ammonia, in which it's a normal ammonia, but the carbon that we emit, we store it in carbon capture and storage facilities. And green ammonia, in which we're using water as opposed to natural gases as feedstock. These are two types of clean ammonia. And the beauty of the ammonia is not only that it can be used as a transition fuel, but it is also can be used to decarbonize other sectors. Seal in Riau pulp using a lot of bleaching, hydrogen peroxide. We are currently producing hydrogen peroxide from our normal gray hydrogen facilities. But in the future in Lok Semawe, we will soon producing hybrid ammonia or hybrid ammonia, where we will be using green hydrogen. So we are expecting that soon we will also have green hydrogen peroxide. We can also use hydrogens for ore processing. We were just discussing that with Vale, how they decarbonize in all sectors, including steel and refineries, in transportations. Ammonia and hydrogen has the, to my opinion, has the highest potential to decarbonize, not only for our own industry, but also for other industry. So looking at that, of course, Pupuk Indonesia has our own roadmap of clean ammonia. We will start in 2030 by producing a hybrid ammonia in Lok Semawe under one of our subsidiary, Pupuk Iskandar Muda. We will be signing an agreement this afternoon with Toyo and Itochu to produce hybrid ammonia. But starting 2035, we will start introducing blue ammonia. We expect that those carbon capture storage facilities owned by Medco and some other oil and gas player will be fully functioning maybe somewhere in 2030. So we expect that by 2035 we can start introducing blue ammonia, and it will grow. So in the future our ammonia capacity will grow from 7 million to 12.18 million tons, but majority will come from clean ammonia. Only 2.1 million tons come from gray ammonia. We still need to maintain the gray ammonia, because gray ammonia, we still need carbon dioxide to produce urea, which is critical nitrogen fertilizer for plant. This afternoon, as I mentioned, we will be celebrating the signing of our hybrid green ammonia project with a group of Japanese company. This is world first hybrid ammonia. The beauty of hybrid ammonia is that we can at the same time support the energy independence, decarbonization, but at the same time we can still support the food security, because we are not leaving fertilizer business away. We can still keep it. We are still using the same ammonia plant, but we are using the same plant to produce both green and gray hydrogen, and thus we can produce green ammonia at the same time we are producing urea. And this is very important because Japan will soon launch their first ammonia fire vessel, marine vessel, and we're hoping that the bunkering, ammonia bunkering, green ammonia bunkering facilities globally will be set in Aceh instead of in Singapore that has been in plan. But we are hoping that this agreement, these cooperations will incentivize the Japanese company to move their plan bunkering facilities from Singapore to Lok Sumawe. Once again, I think carbon capture storage is very important. Middle East may have low gas price, and some other country may have also abundant low renewable energy resources, but no country has more strategic locations than Indonesia. And Indonesia has a large capture storage. We, in my opinion, Indonesia is best positions to be the supplier of clean ammonia because we sit in a very strategic locations, and we have huge capacity of carbon capture. But now question is, where are the challenges? Now we have the blue ammonia, we have green ammonia, but if you compare with the gray ammonia, where it will reach the parity? We're looking at the energy improvement or technological advancement in green ammonia and also in blue ammonia. The parity between gray and blue and green will be reached. Gray and blue will reach when carbon pricing is at 40. And green ammonia will reach parity at $95. Of course, these are based on an assumptions of Indonesian electricity price, which is roughly about 8 cents per kilowatt hours, and gas price of $6 per MMBTU. This chart may be different for each country, but it just gives you some perspective that we need a lot of support so that we can move to clean ammonia. Again, to tackle these challenges, I think there is no other answer than collaboration. So Pupuk Indonesia is looking forward to collaborate with whoever in the room, being it offline room or online room. We look forward at the renewable energy resources. Probably Medco has the technology in electrolyzers, in carbon capture storage, in other type of technology, logistic, off-taker. So we are very much open to collaborations. And in conclusion, I would like to reiterate that at Pupuk Indonesia, we believe that climate actions is not only a challenge, but it's a strategic driver. For us, this is our future, but at the same time, this is also showing a commitment to national resilience. I think moving to clean ammonia business, we can both, as a company, support Indonesia to achieve food security and energy security. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pak Rahmat Pribadi. I hope you may want to prepare some questions about this green ammonia, gray ammonia, and the blue ammonia in parity, because this is critical when we listen to this explanation by Pak Rahmat. Food security and energy security, they are linked all together. PT Pupuk Indonesia, thank you very much. Now, we are running out of time. We move on to my left wing. So Pak Sihol will remind us on the commitment of Volunetsing 2030 and see that from the landscape so that we are all thriving here. Pak Sihol is the President Director of PT Riau Andalam Pulp and Paper, April Group. So Pak Sihol, the time is yours.
Thank you. Let's go to my first slide, please. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I represent April Indonesia. We produce wood fiber. Yeah. Fiber out of wood, fiber that becomes the raw materials for a lot of products that we use every day. Tissue, paper, packaging products, even textile. Okay. Now my first slide, this cover, this cover slide shows how we manage landscape. It shows how we manage forest. If you see the dark green color, they represent natural forests. The light green color represents the industrial forest that we manage. Okay, so within our industrial forest concession, we do conserve natural forests. And this is what we call production protection approach. The industrial forest produces revenue, produces profit, some of which we can invest back in nature to protect and conserve the natural forest. Now, this is an important part in our strategy to take part in the achievement of Follow Net Sing. And because we are also a landscape manager, we believe, we should be getting in touch with Pak Hasim later on how April can take part in the national reforestation effort soon to be launched. Next slide, please. Okay. A little bit more about April. Okay. We produce pulp. We also produce paper. We also produce, most recently, we started producing packaging materials. Okay. Now, we are one of the largest integrated manufacturing operations in the pulp and paper sector. Produce 1 million tons of pulp every year. Of that, we produce further as paper, 1.15 million tons of paper, and then also 1.2 million tons of packaging materials, packaging paper, or we call paper board. And recently, in the past 4 years, we have also produced viscose rayon, the raw materials for textile, made out of wood fiber. Okay, I mentioned earlier about the production protection approach. The size of area of forest area that we manage as industrial forest is about 450,000. Now, we have a 1-for-1 commitment, where we also commit to protect natural forests. As of today, we are protecting and conserving around 361,000 hectares of forests. Okay. Now, our sustainability journey has started since early 2000. Okay, and most recently, in 2020, we launched our April 2030 commitment that guides our sustainability practices until 2030. Yeah, we have 6 years remaining, and we are running out of time, but we are making progress. Soon I will share with you some of the progress. So 4 pillars within the April 2030. One is climate positive, where we take part in deliberately reducing our carbon emission, both at the manufacturing operation and also at the plantation operation. Second pillar is thriving landscape. Here, our commitment is to promote conservation and also to increase the productivity of our forest concession. Okay. Third pillar is inclusive progress, where we commit to grow as a business, but the community around us should also enjoy the growth and grow with us. Yeah. The fourth pillar, sustainable growth, talks about efficiency and circularity in the manufacturing process. So, April 2030 guides us from the upstream process, which is plantation, down to the downstream, which is our manufacturing operation, where we produce pulp, paper, rayon, and packaging board. Okay. Next. Now, all these commitments are enabled by technology. Okay, one of the key mitigation efforts prescribed by the government of Indonesia in the Follow Net Sing commitment is forest. Okay, now our idea is that we are not planning to expand. We are not planning to expand our footprint, yeah. Yeah. Okay. In our strategy, we are not to expand our footprint, but rather we want to improve our productivity. Okay, and this is the plan. Okay, we set out to a commitment to increase our forestry productivity by 50%. Baseline is 2019, and we are making progress. Yeah, in the past 4 years, we are achieving 12% progress. Okay, and then we still have 6 years to go. Yeah, in order for us to achieve 50% of forest productivity. And the way to do that is that we do specific matching. Okay, this kind of tree species goes to this particular plot of land, and within that plot of land we apply specific silviculture to ensure productivity. Okay, and of course also we do people management. Now this is one area where we are contributing specifically and in a measurable way to the achievement of follow net sink and to the achievement of carbon emission at the forestry sector. Next slide. Okay. Another mitigation effort is actually the conservation of forests and conservation of wildlife that is in the forest. Okay, we are 88%. We are 80% in meeting our 1-for-1 commitment. So we are still searching for land, not for us to plant acacia or eucalyptus, but to conserve as natural forests. Okay. Now within the natural forest area that we protect, yeah, we actively do wildlife protection efforts. Yeah, and our latest count, almost 900 species have been identified in one of our area called Riau Restorasi Ecosystem Riau. Now the image to the right, as you can see, describes what I was referring to as production and protection. Okay, the light green one is our conservation area. Okay, the yellow ones represent the industrial forests. So the industrial forests became effectively a ring or fences that protect the natural forests. Okay, and it's sufficient because the resources available at the operational or commercial forests can also be used to protect the natural forests. Yeah. In fact, we have an ongoing commitment that we launched in 2020 that for every tons of wood that enter into our value chain, we allocate and invest $1 into nature. Yeah. And that fund is the one that allows us to promote conservation, not only within our concession, but outside of our concession as well, in partnership with others. Next slide. Okay. Now this is an eddy covariance tower, greenhouse gas monitoring, flux tower is also called. We have 4 of these. So we actively monitor the level of emission in our plantation area, in the graded area, in our neighboring oil palm plantation, and in the mixed area. That way, the level of emission will be feed back into our planning team to ensure that we can keep the emission at lower and lower level. And we are grateful to have the finding that compared to degraded land that Pak Hasim was referring to, industrial forests emits less carbon. So that is encouraging. Okay. So one way to reduce emission is actually to use or to rehabilitate degraded land. Yeah, and that's why the proposal from Pak Hasim really makes sense, and I will certainly look into participating. Okay. My next slide, I would like to take your attention 2 minutes to see a 2 minutes video, yeah, of how we progress in achieving our April 2030.
Is that okay? I think you failed to mention that the things that you describe is actually the location is in a Kampar Peninsula. Is that correct? Yeah, Kampar Peninsula.
Okay, so last slide, please. Okay, we will not stop there. Okay, we will continue conscious effort, and we are doing our best to go for the 2030 targets. By the way, we have a dedicated website or microsite that talks about April 2030. We deliberately announce it, make it accessible to public, and then with like specific indicators and targets. So and our effort will not stop there, because we believe the only way for a business to be sustainable if it is good for community, good for the country, good for the climate, good for the customer, and only then will it be good for the company. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Sihol. Thank you very much for your presentation. And we are now 15 minutes to 15 minutes left. I am afraid we have no time later on for question and answer. But if you can prepare a burning question, one only, I would like to challenge you. And do that after Ibu Febri. So Ibu Febriani Edi, no need introduction, the President Director and CEO of PT Vale. So this time she will highlight how we support global decarbonization, and at the same time generating growth, economic growth, because we have a clear figure to to run and to achieve. So please give us a good news, Ibu Febri.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It has been a great pleasure for us to be here with all of you. I think in the interest of time, I just may as well go directly to the slide. The topic today is, it's okay. It happens all the time, isn't it? Every year. Anyway, so I guess we are here to So I think at the end of the day, I will tell you, share with you very one good news. Recently, we have a project approved by our shareholders. And actually yesterday, precisely yesterday on the 10th of November, we signed an agreement witnessed by our President Prabowo in Beijing. And why this project, I think worth mentioning, is because this is the first nickel HPAL plant that is designed and intended for net zero from day one. So it is extremely challenging, but we're committed. The design is there. Now it's how we get there and make sure that we deliver. Okay, while waiting for the slide, I think I'll just go straight, otherwise we will be losing a lot of times. So as you all know, climate change is one of the greatest challenges for humankind. And we always believe in every challenge lies opportunity. And there is a greatest opportunity as well lies in this challenge is particularly for a company like us. We are a nickel mining company. We have a long and proud history in Indonesia, more than 56 years. We are positioning ourselves as one of the lowest carbon producer, at least in Indonesia, if not in the world. Today, our operations in Sorako, smelting activities is 100% powered by hydro dam. We built and operate 3 hydro dam in Sorako. It's generating 365 megawatt. And out of that 365 megawatt, about 10.7 megawatt is dedicated for community surrounding where we operate, which represent about 50%. Represent 50% of the Luwu Timur Regency electricity need. Now, everyone that know us said that you're good at where you are today. So how about your future project? How do we tackle the carbon in our next future project? It's through collaborations and technological advancement. So unprecedented level of demand for critical minerals is expected as the global decarbonization will require transitions to renewable energy, and a lot of renewable energy, be it solar PV, wind, hydro, EV battery, all of these will require significant amount of nickel, critical minerals. And how does PT Valley Indonesia address this? We believe unprecedented level of demand required unprecedented level of response. So in response to this, we collaborate. No, that's okay, don't worry. We don't have a slide anyway, right? That's okay. I'll try not to bore the audience with no slide. Apologize for the technical issues. But anyhow, so we are today by market cap about $3 billion company. We're listed in Jakarta Stock Exchange. We do have a 3 approved project, Greenfield, totaling $9 billion US. So 3 times the size of the company. So whenever I mention this size, everyone is asking, how do you get there? Through collaboration. So we work with our partners, and collaborations that I want to share here is also a change in mindset. We collaborate with companies that traditionally are our competitors. We will, in the past, historically, we will never work with them. But today, we are cooperating with them. We are also, as a mining company, known as an upstream company, moving downstream to fulfill the missions of the government to create value added in the country. But at the same time, company from downstream moving upstream work with us. So I think the world needs more collaboration, change in mindset. We should never be barrier ourselves with traditional mindset. We will only work within our scope. So that's one thing. And second, we also collaborate across region. So we work with Chinese, we work with American, we work with Canadian, we work with Japanese, United Nations of Nickel in Indonesia. So we believe only with that, then we can really deliver a good progress. Now, I also would like to share the 3 Greenfield project was approved during the last couple of years. The first one was in about 2022, and then 2023, and the last one is yesterday, 2024. And with the evolutions of the 3 projects, I want to say that we're learning to be better and better. So the first project, today our operation, despite hydro facility has power 100% of our smelting activities, we still emit quite a bit of carbon from our drying and calcining process. So today our operations carbon intensity is roughly 28 ton of carbon per ton of productions. That said, though, our first approved project, greenfield project in 2022, was about carbon intensity-wise, is already went down to 7. So from 28 to 7 ton per ton of production. Terima kasih, Pak. I think the technology was really not in my favor today. Anyhow, yeah, okay. I think I quickly, so that I don't running out of. We have, right? So the first one, capex wise, is our today is existing operation carbon. And then the first greenfield project, Sorako H is at 7 ton per ton of production of 30,000 US dollar per ton of capacity. And then the second project was Pomala H, similar carbon intensity, but the capex already 29,000 per ton of capacity. Last one yesterday, the intensity went down to intended for 0. That's the design, intended for 0. I can share with you how we get there. 0 with a capital intensity much lower at 20,000 US dollar. So who said less carbon, more expensive? We're aiming to prove to the world that it is possible to achieve lower carbon emission with less investment required through foster collaboration. And next slide. Hopefully it works this time. So the next slide, yeah, I mean, this is a picture yesterday in Beijing. We signed the agreement, right, witnessed by the president itself. So hopefully, and this project with capital intensity of $20,000 per ton of production include already inside $40 million dedicated for R&D facilities. And these R&D facilities aim is to transfer the knowledge from China to Indonesia. And then another $30 million US ESG facility for a community, including water, school, and other public facility. So the cell here as well, if we get more efficient, sustainable, it gave us more power to do community and for Indonesian country. So let's see. Okay. Oh, okay. That's okay. Okay. I mentioned about how we work with Chinese. They teach us, they train us, but at the same time, they also learn something from us. I think it's important. Everyone is learning from each other. So, one thing that the are really willing to work with us is to understand and learn on the ESG side. How do we promote a higher ESG standard? I'm very happy to share with you this year, or we 2024. In our history, years of Sustainalytics to medium. From if you see the bar chart here, the yellow Indonesia in company. So from a ESG risk, and also, so we are at HP and other with us. Okay, next slide. Sorry, okay. emissions every year. Company, we also built a, now we are doing it. And then next slide. Of our area in South Sulawesi forest complex. The next slide is the message we want to forest. Sum up a little bit our practices. And the last slide, I think, is the closing slide, is basically our dream project. The project that was signed yesterday. Hopefully, we can deliver the design is intended for net zero, the first HPAL nickel processing facility in the world, as well as the industrial park itself. So this is a project that was done by our partners. It's already proven track record, but it's not net zero yet. So the project that they will do with us, hopefully is net zero. It was at least intended day one net zero. I hope in about 1.5 years from now, the plant should be operating, and we will be attending COP 30. And by that time, 31, we hope to share the good news with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu Febi. Apology for the hiccup. But we had a quite intimate exercise here for addressing the problem. Anyway, as promised, can I invite, because we block 3 maximum, 3 short questions. And can I have ladies? Yeah. Over there. Are you going to give the question? You sure? Yeah. Second. Last one. Any? No. Okay. We would like to kindly introduce yourself and straightforward to the question.
Okay, so hello, my name is Chanakia. I'm from International Forestry Students Association. And I want to ask question to Pasi Hall because 2 weeks ago, IFSA visited the Royal Golden Eagle Technology Center in Pangkalan Kerinci and also the Riau Ecosystem Restoration site. And I am particularly amazed by April commitment to sustainability and also April 2030 vision, where April has made tangible impact not only to improve the landscape but also the community livelihood. I'm well aware about the April Commitment 1-to-1, where April pledged to restore 1 hectare of land for every hectare utilized for production. However, this raises a critical concern. The immediate and tangible impact of deforesting 1 hectare is felt right away, while restoration efforts take decades, sometimes up to 50 years. Given the rapid rate of deforestation compared to the slower pace of restoration, can this approach truly be considered balanced or effective in achieving environmental sustainability? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think you got the question. Yeah. Okay, please.
Thank you very much. Ibu dan Bapak, selamat sore. My name is Dewi. I work for CNN Indonesia. My question, I'm trying to be very, very concise. Pak Amri and Pak Rahmat, Medco and Pupuk Indonesia seems to be very well set on doing the CCUS, carbon capture. Part of the biggest criticism towards CCUS is that, one, it's very high cost. Second, it perpetuates the reliance on fossil fuels. So for both of the gentlemen, if you can split one of the question, what is your response on the high cost? How do you plan to do with your within your company investment and projection for the development of the CCUS and the reliance on the fossil fuels? And for Ibu Gita, Just one short question. According to Statista, 78% of Indonesian motorcycles industry is depending on the production of Astra. While we are going to the greener ecosystem, how do you juxtapose between the needs to provide motorcycles to Indonesia at the same time to live in a greener economy and greener ecosystem? Thank you so much, Pak.
With the hydrocarbon use in the future, your question has been captured very well. So can you just concisely, because we are in the...
Thank you. I think, for us, conservation, we have to start somewhere. Okay? And, well, as of today, we are 80% in meeting our 1-for-1 commitment. I haven't seen any other company that has such commitment. Yeah. And the other thing is that it's not so much about the acreage or the area, yeah, but it's what you do to ensure the conservation and the protection is effective, and the wildlife habitat within the conservation area is also flourishing. Okay, and we have tigers in RER. You were not lucky enough to meet the tiger, but it's the idea is how do you do? It's not only about conserving the trees, yeah, but trees and all other species within the forest. Okay, and the other thing is that forest is there for the benefit of the people. Okay, and our conservation area also provide access to the people who live around the area to for them to get livelihood or to do some cultural activities. Yeah. So that's the idea. It's not only about the acreage of the land, yeah, but what you do there and the intensity of the conservation effort. Thank you.
Quality. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Great questions from Budewi. Number one, about the costs on CCS, CCUS. It is expensive, everybody knows. My personal opinion, number one is of course technology that will help us drive the cost down, but it will take time to do so. Number two, well, this is where I'd like to go back to my presentation when I say our potential, right, storage in Natuna area. Our neighboring country, like Singapore, for instance, has a different carbon tax, right, regulations compared to Indonesia, for instance. The affordability is different between Singapore and Indonesia. So maybe what we can do is see collaborations opportunity between the two countries, for instance. If they can afford it, they can use the facility first. In the future, when the technology is more advanced, or we can afford the cost of that, then we can also involve on use the same technology, if you will. That's my 5 cents. If maybe Pak Rahmat answer the second.
You are saying that we are actually, it's at the very initial stage of introducing ourselves to this technology.
Well, technology is there, but with regard to the cost,
To the cost, yeah.
if we work with the neighboring country who can,
That can help a lot, yeah. Okay. Pak,
Yeah, good questions about the economics of the project. But I think I'd like to bring at least the readiness of Pupuk Indonesia. Pupuk Indonesia produce very high purity of CO2, 99.9%. So all we need is a working CCS. Now, whether the CCS will actually push for more use of fossil fuel, I think the key is not whether you use more or less, but whether you use it responsibly. If you use it responsibly and you handle whatever the carbon emissions properly, then I think the world would embrace that. Cost, as I mentioned, the parity is about $40 for carbon storage per ton of carbon. So I think we need a regulatory policy that is supportive to this. We've seen this in EU. EU support carbon tax at I think $50 if I'm not mistaken, or 35, and then the U.S. Inflation Reduction Act will give an incentive of 35 to 50. So that number would compensate the cost. And I like to acknowledge our colleague from Japan, from Toyo and Itochu, and probably perhaps they can also share that the Japanese government also give incentives to this carbon, let's say, to the green initiatives. I think now they are giving an incentive of 6.5 cents per meter cubic of green hydrogen. So I think with that, I think it'll compensate the cost of CCS. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the question. This is actually, we're going back to the basic balancing between, climate needs and also economic development, right? Our company have actually introduced, I think, 4 models of motorcycle EV, right? But we're still working to collaborate with our partners to actually introduce more EV lineups. Because motorcycle in Indonesia is not just used for commute, as we know. Actually used also to make a living, right? So it is very important for us to continue to work with our partner to find the technology that can actually also meet the demand of the Indonesian community, right? I think while we are doing this transitioning, we're also improving in terms of the fuel efficiency for the ICE. So we can actually transition together at the time, also trying to accelerate the technology. Okay.
Thank you. I'm afraid we have no more thing unless somebody would like to jump in up and down for questions. I think we have to adjourn here. Can we give a round of applause to our speakers? Thank you. We are quite struggling for this first technical session. Thank you very much for your contribution.
Check. Okay. Okay, we're going to have a photo picture together for the session. Two female leaders in the middle. It's a good formation, isn't it? Okay, thank you very much to Pak Efransha and all the speakers. And on this moment, I would like to take the liberty to apologize to everybody here, audience, and all the speakers on behalf of the pavilion. We are experiencing a technical. It is out of, but we just have to move forward with what we have today. Thank you very much once again for your valuable contribution. Thank you very much for your patience. I wish you all have a good day. Thank you.
Apalagi aku di bus sana, lagi operating begitu.
Tadi itu ya itu ya, PowerPoint-mu, PPT-mu nggak keluar ya?
Iya, pas dicoba oke.
Tapi kenapa yang lain sebelumnya bisa sebelum Bu Febri?
Tapi kan tadi ini sempat videonya ada glitch tadi. Masih
Setelah itu
Cas yang mana? Yang mati yang mana? Itu dulunya. Satu lagi. Satu lagi. Matiin dulu.
Your devices, if they are
Radyo mikrofon.
is it?
Şey, radyo bloklamak lazımdı.
Okay. So after some time, if you don't label these devices, which are wireless, they won't be blocked. They will be blocked, I mean. You have to go to zone A. There is a registration, near the registration desk, there is a spectrum.
Bir saate yaklaştı.
You should come like within 1 hour to get these ones labeled. I mean, it's yellow sticker. They should put it.
Excuse me. Sorry.
Your Excellencies, dignitaries, all distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to have all of you today. This topic will talk about how business leaders can enhance renewable energy industry. As business leaders are one of the most influential individuals in the society who play a crucial role in shaping the future of our planet. Looking after the earth is not just about corporate responsibility, but it's a collective responsibility of all the businesses to address the climate issues, considering the global impact of their decisions. Before we go further to discuss this, let's hear some important messages from a business leader himself, but he's not an ordinary one, as he also is the Indonesia's Presidential Special Envoy for Climate Change. Please welcome to set the stage His Excellency Hashim Joyo Hadikusumo. Silakan.
Good afternoon. Honorable Ministers of Environment and the Ministry of Forestry, Mr. Hanif Faisal Nurofik and Mr. Raja Juli Antoni, distinguished speakers, the Chief Executive Officer of PLN, Bapak Darman Prasojo, the Chief Executive Officer of Pertamina New and Renewable Energy, Bapak John Anis. Pak John. Kok nggak dapat kursi ya? Bapak duduk aja di tempat saya. Cocok. Chief Executive Officer of Aman Mineral Nusa Tenggara, Bapak Rahmat Makasau. Ada Pak Rahmat. Director of and Group Chief Financial Officer of Indica Energy, Ibu Retina Rosabay. Ibu, kok nggak dapat juga ya? Aduh, saya nggak enak ya. Mungkin duduk sini aja, Bu. Iya. Bu, silakan. I may be giving a long speech here. So, silakan Bu, silakan. Ya, silakan Pak, silakan. Mungkin agak lama, nanti Bapak berdiri, nanti pegel. And all distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all of you for joining us here at the Indonesia Pavilion. We're here today for one purpose, and that is to save our planet for future generations. We understand that the earth is warming, and we need to reduce greenhouse gas emissions to slow down the warming and, if possible, to cool the earth. Under President Prabowo's leadership, Indonesia is fully committed to accelerating the national energy transition. President Prabowo is also deeply concerned about reducing emissions. We are aligning all national policies and resources into a streamlined energy transition strategy and translating this into effective operations on the ground. The energy transition is not only about reducing greenhouse gas emissions, but also about balancing growth with environmental sustainability. Indonesia will achieve clean, green, and affordable energy while accelerating economic growth 8% and beyond. We will enhance our national capacity, create more jobs, get rid of hunger amongst our people, bring down poverty in a massive campaign, and give prosperity to all our people, all while taking care of our environment. We will harness renewable energy resources in every region, on every island in Indonesia. Until 2040, we aim to develop an additional 75 gigawatts of renewable energy sources, including hydropower, geothermal, solar, and wind, alongside 5 gigawatts of nuclear energy and 70,000 kilometers of transmission lines. This ambitious initiative requires an investment of about $235 billion. Global climate change requires a global solution. There is no nation that can face and solve this problem alone. The only way to move forward is through collaboration among nations. I am confident that we are doing this not only because of international environmental agreements, such as the Kyoto Protocol and Paris Agreement, but we are doing this because we genuinely care about ensuring a better future for future generations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for the inspiring speech. And once again, thank you, Pa, for thank you. Due to his tight agenda, His Excellency will have to leave this forum. Please send him a big round of appreciation to His Excellency Hashim Joyo Hadikusumo. And of course, I am thanking him to take over my job by inviting all the speakers to the stage. Last but not least, I would like to invite Dr. Efran Shah, is he here, to lead the session.
Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. First, this meeting. Thank you for being here. Let me also, in case of there are our online, salam sejahtera, selamat petang kepada kawan-kawan di tanah air yang mengikuti ini online. Terima kasih bahwa pada hari ini kita sampai kepada sesi H3. So we are in H3 session for your information. So it was highlighted just now by the special envoy, the importance of renewable energy and the quantitative aspect where we want to go, as well as the importance of collaboration us in order to achieve such ambitions. I think it's very clear. I no need to add some more. And here we are. The idea of this session is to exchange information. That is the first one. And then if you have any best practices within your jurisdiction or your company, please share. That is another point. And then of course, as the business leader, you may want to express your initiative and strategies in enhancing ambition in the renewable energy. And we would encourage dialogue from everyone so that they can, if any chance, to join you in your effort to achieve the ambition. And last but not least, we would dream to have a network among us in the future so we can talk again and share again the lesson learned and the best practice. I think I have a very quite powerful, eminent people here. And the order of the introduction and presentation is by Pak Darmawan first, if you don't mind, and then Pak John Anis, Pak Rahmat, Ibu Retina, if you don't mind. Ini at the end, terakhir, but I think it's the strongest message that we would like to expect from. So in order to framework the presentation, would you like to listen to my few points? Perhaps you don't need to touch upon all, but if you can touch upon one or two or three or five is better, I will be very grateful. The first one, your own company or your respective company, in terms of primary objective of your business, what is this renewable energy about from the perspective of you? And second, is there now have been identified any opportunities existing for you to enhance the energy? What are your key challenges and how you work to address? It's about enhanced NDC. Do you think you contribute to the enhanced NDC national determined contribution targets at this point, or are you planning to go through that road? So PT PLN, please kindly who exceeds, it goes to 15 minutes, but after that, I'm forced to stop you. Please kindly collaborate. I seek your collaboration, please.
Good afternoon, moderator Pak Efransa. Thank you so much. Distinguished panelists, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. And, as a special envoy for the climate, Pak Hasim Joyohadikusumo, and already convey that the earth is warming. And today he gave a speech as the head of delegation of the state that Indonesia is shifting from fossil fuel-based development to renewable energy-based development under leadership of President Prabowo Subianto. So applause for this new strategy coming from the government. Of course, the question is how we going to be able to translate this high-level strategy into effective operation on the ground. You know, and PLN here is the national electric company. Gross revenue is roughly 32 billion US dollars. You know, we're serving 270 million lives, 92 million customers, and for the last 3 years we filed the best financial report in the history of PLN. Our net profit has reached record high 3 consecutive years, so marking the best financial performance in the history of PLN. So we're not doing very bad. We're doing well. So, and then even during the COVID-19, we are able to reduce our debt by 4 billion US dollars. So, you know, we're doing good. So, 4 years ago, during the planning phase, we removed 13 gigawatt of coal in the planning phase. That is already a good signal, and that's avoiding 1.8 billion metric ton of CO2 in the span of 25 years. It's giving a signal that we are doing the transition, and then right now we are in the process of redesigning our national electricity planning, namely the RUPTL, Rencana Usaha Penyediaan Tenaga Listrik, and in it, in the next 16 years until 2040, we need to add roughly 100 gigawatt of additional capacity. And Pak Hasim already announced that roughly 75% of additional capacity is coming from renewable energy. Applause for all of us. Meaning that moving forward, we're going to be able to reduce greenhouse gas emission. And those renewable energy is coming from hydro, geothermal, solar, and wind, and 75 gigawatt. And then another 5 gigawatt is coming from nuclear, and 22 gigawatt is coming from gas. So that is this. And so what I can share, that this transition of energy creates huge challenges, but also offers magnificent opportunities. You know, first thing is this: when we build coal and gas, we going to be able to build the power plant near the location of the demand. Mismatch. Very simple. But when we shift from fossil fuel based to renewable energy based energy, the question is, can we relocate the geothermal energy? Can we relocate the hydropower energy? And there is a mismatch between the location of those resources with the location of the demand. If you look at here, the demand location is the circle, the red circle, while the resources is the blue circle all over the place. There's a mismatch. So what we did is we did joint modeling between the International Energy Agency and the PLN, and then also the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources. This is the result. Next slide. 70,000 kilometers circuit of green enabling transmission line has to be built to evacuate energy from those resources to the epicentrum of demand. Is this a challenge? Yes. Is this an opportunity? Yes. See, we can see from both sides. Then we are able to harness power, untap wind power, untap solar power. With this, we are able to add more hydropower resources, to add more geothermal resources, to add more solar and wind. Okay, next slide. The second challenge is this. When we're talking about coal and gas, it's very stable. When we're talking about solar, we're calling it variable renewable energy with intermittency. At 10 o'clock it's going up, at 2 p.m. it's going down. And the challenge is a smart grid. So there's a fluctuations. Wind, exactly the same. We need to build flexible power plant. We need to build smart grid, smart transmission, smart control center, smart distributions. And without the smart grid, we can add only 5 gigawatt. But with the smart grid, we can add until 42 gigawatt. We are able to respond to balance between supply and demand. So, price tag, even for the transmission line, is roughly 35 billion US dollars. Smart grid is another 5 billion US dollars. And the total is roughly 235 billion US dollars from today until 2040. But this is the things. Can we do this alone? This is a global climate change. This is a global challenge. There's no way any country can face global climate change alone. We need to come up with a global strategy. We need to come up with the global collaborations in terms of strategy, innovation of technology, co-investments, joint investment, joint projects. So of course, we're not going to be able to do this alone. The only way to move forward is through collaboration. That's why collaboration among domestic investor, collaboration among regional and also international. And this is very important because one thing is the missions of President Prabowo Subianto is how we're going to be able to deliver 8% economic growth. And the only way for us to be able to deliver 8% if we are able to provide affordable but clean energy. In the same time, we have to improve our energy security. Why? To create more jobs, to bring down poverty, to get rid of hunger, to give prosperity to the people, and then of course to deliver 8% economic growth. But in the same time, we are able to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions. And as special envoy for the climate is like we have to balance between growth, prosperity, and also environmental sustainability. And for PLN, is this a challenge? Yes, this is a challenge, but this is also an opportunity. In the process, the only constant in this life is the change itself. I manage like roughly 55,000 employees. I have to transform the human capital with the new core competency, with the new technical skills that fit to face the challenge of the future. I have to transform a company that is backward-looking to become forward-looking. And in the process, how PLN is going to be able to grow with this? And PLN is not going to be able to do this alone. I can see all those familiar faces in which already a very productive partner of PLN supporting each other. This, I can convey more than 60% of the additional generation capacity is coming from the independent power producer. Meaning that this is a new milestone in which the already productive collaboration between PLN and its partners to become much more productive. The already strong collaboration that already taking place, I want to say thank you, is to become stronger. And of course, there are international environmental agreement, Kyoto Protocol, Paris Agreement. There's some kind of a strategic, discussion, dispute, and anything like that. Just sure. But at the end of the day, we're doing this not only because we have to comply to those international environmental agreements, but we're doing this because we do really care that we need to ensure that the future of the next generation should be better than ours. So, thank you.
You almost touched upon all the points that I asked at the beginning. Can we move on to Pak Anies, John Anies? Pertamina Renewable Energy.
Terima kasih Pak Moderator, Pak Evans. Well, it's always difficult to present something after Pak Darmawan, of course. Everything already discussed and at the same time make my life easier. Thank you. First of all, honor for me to be here. The great moderator, Pak Efransa, and distinguished panelists, all great people here. Really a pleasure and an honor for me, as well as familiar faces here, distinguished guests, very important people I can see here. So thank you very much for being with us to share and to discuss about the not an easy subject. And I think Pak Darmawan mentioned very clearly that this kind of action, especially also from Special Envoy just now, this action cannot be done alone. It needs a collective action, collective effort. There is no way that we can work alone. But okay, just to complete my time here, because I have to report also, let me present the things that I already prepared, just to complete the information from Pak Darmawan. So, next slide. So first of all, just to remind again the role of Pertamina here, together with Pertamina on the state-owned enterprise, we have a very, very big mandate from the government, of course, to support the decarbonization of the country, achieving net zero emission by 2060 or earlier. And this is not easy to achieve. So, and once again, we cannot do it alone. But at the end of the day, as a company, we have to do something. At the same time, we have also to prepare the business for the future, because the fossil obviously will be fade away one day and will be replaced. That's the reason why we prepare the organization to face these challenges. So first of all, of course, we reorganize the company with holding, subholding, in which to be able to focus on the objective and to achieve the objective given. One subholding specialized on new and renewable was established already, but by subholding so that it can really on the objectives. So with this, in fact, Pertamina has dual growth strategy. The one is the legacy business. Because anyway, we energy cannot just replace the oil and gas overnight. It needs process, it needs time. At the same time, country needs still to grow and still need energy. Unfortunately, it's still coming from fossil fuel. Maybe in terms of percentage will be less, but from absolute number, the growth still be there. So that's the reason why we still have to maximizing this legacy business. Nevertheless, this business has to be also cleaner than before. That's why we are doing the of this business. Sorry, I think the battery is not that. So at the same time, we are preparing the future by building the low carbon business. What are there? We are talking about the biofuel, bioethanol and biofuel, SAF and everything ecosystem. We also try to find the scaling up in the petrochemical and gas to power, plus expanding geothermal. It was just mentioned just now as well that geothermal is one of the green energy that we can rely upon. Plus also the low carbon technologies, including the hydrogen, CCUS, power, biomass, EV, battery, all sort of things that really supporting low carbon, low emission. Next slide, please. Now, this is to support the energy transition, where you see that the Indonesia is really quite big objective, quite challenging. I don't know if we can see this. I hope because maybe it's not so. It's okay, not so easy to hear. Sorry for that. At the same time, we also, as a company, to show our commitment ourselves that we also the decarbonization in our side by doing also the measurement by the external body, in which so far we are doing quite good, and we will continue to do so. So on the action, there are two things, as I mentioned. All the opportunities. Of course, on our side, there are two things. The action. We have also mobility issue, because the two things we have to find a solution for both of them. So these are the things that we already put on the table, and we work very hard to realize all of those. On the biofuel, for example, we are soon going to do a groundbreaking of bioethanol production plant, working very closely with our sugar company, because the feedstock will be based on the sugar cane. We work also on the HFO and SAF production. Today is already in place and being used also by the aviation. Biogasoline, biogas, this is also already in place, and we have to ramp up the quantity. Biomethane, the same. Biofuel for shipping, including also the usage of green ammonia if possible for the shipping. In geothermal, we have huge potential in our portfolio. Today, our portfolio is around 672 megawatt, but we have a potential until 3 gigawatt. But I fully agree that this one, the source is mismatched with the demand. Unfortunately, we cannot replace the source close to demand, so we need the transmission. So some of the people say that there is no transition without transmission. So that's why I think it's very good, interesting master plan from PLN to have a smart grid covering all over the places in Indonesia that will encourage and boost the development of geothermal. While on the hard to abate, like for example oil and gas, CCS, CCUS is one of the solution. So we are working very close also with our partners on how to build the underground storage. And then after that, we can do capturing, we can do the transportation, as well as the storage itself. In hydrogen, we know that this is already there, green hydrogen, but the problem is always the economic, the price is too high. So that's the reason why we try to find the technological breakthrough on how to reduce the cost. One of the breakthrough that we're working on the pilot today is how to reduce the electricity usage in electrolysis so that it can be reduced around 30% of the normal price. Hopefully this would be materialized next year so that we can produce green hydrogen at the economic price. The other thing is carbon credits. I heard that next year the government would start to put tax, we'll see. And by the time the carbon trading would be more attractive compared to today. Even today, we're already quite active. 90% from the volume that being circulated in the market in Indonesia is coming from us. Obviously, today is based on the voluntarily basis, so that the price is based on the B2B negotiation. EV and battery, this one also for the BSS solution, it's our hope. Plus also from the government point of view that we have a lot of nickel, we would like to put a lot of values on the downstream side of this product. Next slide. So this also the showing the commitment ambition from Pertamina itself. As you can see that the graph over there, there are two color on the graph. The top one is the business as usual, in terms of emission of the carbon, but we have the ambition to reduce it on the bottom graph, with all the bar graph showing the proportion of each business, upstream being the red one, petrochemical or refinery being the blue one. So as you can see over here, it is quite massive. It needs really a good strategy in which it also would involve a lot of capex to realize that. On the right hand side, this is the 4 moonshots that we have evaluated for low carbon business by 2029, the biofuel by 60 million kiloton, petrochemical by 5.5 million kiloliter, 1.4 gigawatt for the geothermal, and 1.5 million ton for CCS, CCUS. Next slide. So this is the last slide. Those action obviously is not easy, because if we see the trilemma of energy, the new and renewable has the capacity for sustainability as well as energy security. But in terms of affordability, a lot of things needs to be done. And to respond to get to affordable point, these are the challenges that we have to address, we have to solve. First of all, a lot of things still in the pilot phase. So in this case, we need to have access of early funding in the early development with interesting, let's say, scheme. Otherwise, the pilot would be difficult to be realized. The second thing, once it is also already in the project side, in some cases we still need competitive financing, because the economics sometimes is quite marginal. The other thing is, of course, technology. For example, the hydrogen. If we don't work on the technology, it's difficult to make it economics. The capacity building, this is the manpower. I think we work very, very hard to develop our team, develop our people, have a good study and everything. And last but not least, but this is very important, is also regulatory framework. I think the government has been very, very supportive so far. We got a lot of support from the government. For example, for the carbon CCS storage, there was already the instruction from the president. We got the support. Even for the cross-border, there is also already mechanism for that. But we still need some more to encourage the business itself, including maybe some incentive. In geothermal, for example, one of the biggest issue is the exploration. And today, all the risk is handled by the investor. So it is not easy if everything is continue like that. Of course, we still can continue, but very limited. But with the help of maybe the right decision, I don't know, maybe government drilling or maybe the cost recovery scheme like in upstream, it would helping us on de-risking the business itself. With that, thank you very much for your attention. I hope it answers your question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pak John Anis. The trend seems encouraging, and some of them are quite promising. It sounds music to my ear, so I hope you will be succeeding. And let's move on because time is getting faster. Pak Rahmat Makassau, the President Director of PT Aman Mineral, Nusa Tenggara. So I think you kindly expect a bit go to the operation side and trying to promote sustainable operations in terms of mineral in Nusa Tenggara. Please do, Pak.
Cuman satu. Thank you, Pak Irfansyah, distinguished guests, great panelists, ladies and gentlemen. When we talk about climate change, it's always interesting, and I think as a mining guy, it's become more interesting. But to me, it's lately it's good to see that some of the events like this, we've seen more and more mining company invited and explain what they've done differently, and it show that when you do mining responsibly, it's actually good and it can be done. So today, what I want to share with you is some of the practices with PT Aman Mineral Nusa Tenggara. For those of you who's not familiar with Aman, Aman is a mining company. We mine copper and gold in Sumbawa. In mining copper and gold in Sumbawa. We basically an integrated mining company from this surveying, and lately now we are commissioned our smelter to produce copper cathode, gold bar, and silver. So this is one of our challenges going forward. And as mentioned by Pak Hasim as well, that we need to promote and look at reducing carbon, and then look at renewable energy. So I will share with you what we have done and what we are planned to do going forward. Right now we are mining at Sumbawa, and we actually still have another big deposit on the east side of Sumbawa, around 60 kilometers in Sumbawa. So Aman is one of the, Aman own one of the biggest copper deposit in the world at the moment. And I think this is great for Aman, but also great for Indonesia. As we know, in the future years, copper has become very important commodity, not just for renewable energy, but it's become more important because it's going to be a deficit in around 2028 going forward. And that's become an opportunity for Indonesia to promote and to use as much as possible the downstream industry related to copper, because we know world will need copper during that time. Next slide. I mentioned to you about our deposit, so I'm not gonna go that much. Look at the number. So we have around 2.2 billion ton ore potential in Alang, which we plan to start process in 2031. So it's a big plan, but yes, we need to we will do it, and we plan to do it better than what we've done in the past in terms of better energy and better environmentally. Next. Next slide. So I will talk about three practices in Aman. One is transition to clean energy, and then our ongoing optimization in operation, and also what we are doing in terms of conserve fresh water, and also waste management and reclamation program in Aman. As you know, as a mining company, reclamation and water is a very important part of our operation. So it's we put very strong focus to make sure we do good on those area. Next slide. So in 2002, we commissioned solar PV size of 26 megawatt. So in Aman, I want to convey this, that we are not planning to do renewable energy. We actually already execute one of our plan and operate solar PV in 2022. And in 2023, I can say it's operate full year. 2023 is the first year, I guess. The solar PV is fully operated, and we think it will. We think those 26 megawatt actually contribute to around 40,000 carbon reduction for Aman. This is one thing we are continue to look at going forward. Are we going to stick or look at expanding the solar PV? But what I want to mention to you that we actually already execute some of our plan, which I believe we convey to this event back in 2021, that we are planning to look at renewable energy. Next. We also plan to, or now it's actually underway, constructing 450 megawatt gas power plant. The plan is to convert our existing coal power plant to gas, and now we have, I think, 2 turbines already up and running, and hopefully by this time next year we have all of the turbine fully operated. Again, this is one of our effort to reduce emission in our operation. Next. So beside power, in day-to-day operation, through optimization program, we are pushing our management, our employee, also to continue look at small initiative how they can reduce emissions. So this is just one of the example from the small initiative. So if you count all these small initiative, it contribute to 87 or 90,000 reduction on emission. And what I can say that this numbers is probably very conservative. There are many more initiatives out there, but this is something you need to, or we are all need to push and promote to our operation. I mean, not just in mining, but I think in every area, wherever you can save some fuel, wherever you can save some energy, you actually contribute to less emission. But the most important part is actually you spend less money potentially, so you can save more money for the company. Next. Fresh water. As I mentioned, fresh water is very important in our operation. So we do reclamation, we do a watershed rehabilitation, total of I think 80,000 carbon sequestration if we count all the tree we plant through reclamations. So it's a huge number. We start doing it back in early operations, and we are continue to do it in the future years. One thing we are try to improve is on the watershed rehabilitation. We want to start to look at in other area, not just around Nusa Tenggara Barat or around our mine area, but also looking at where the potential area, of course, if it's recommended and agreed by government. But this is one of the important initiative for us, and we will continue doing it. Next. This photo of reclamation at our site. So as you can see, this is year by year of operations. So we plant the tree during our operation when we start pushing the waste rock. So when we have enough capacity, then we start build and develop the reclamation. We will continue doing it, I think, until now. Combined with water set rehabilitation, we plant trees more than 2 million trees, I think. Around 1.6, 1.7 million only for our reclamation program, and 600,000 tons outside of our mine area. Next. Again, water is very important, and we spend some money also to build water desalination to support our operation. Of course, with having water desalination, we will use less fresh water, less water from well, which will help. Next. Biodiversity conservation, this is one thing different as well, but believe it or not, we plant more than 2,000 artificial reef ball around West Nusa Tenggara. And we've done this since early years. We continue monitor how the progress of planting the coral reefs into that artificial reef ball. But you'll be surprised, you know, I love diving. I watch at the early years when we plant this artificial reef ball, but after so many years, you actually cannot see that reef ball anymore. It's full of beautiful coral, which something we are continue and thinking about how we want to push this initiative going forward, because it's not cheap, but it's beauty. It looks good. It's worth it. So, yeah, this is my final slide. I just want to mention that through a big initiative, the initiative which spend lots of money and capital, yes, we make a big change, but there are some small initiative you can implement and push through your operation. And if we're doing it right, I mean, I'm very sure reducing emission is just matter of quantifying it and make sure you identify and log it. The number is huge. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Rahmat Makassau. Thank you and good luck with your further transition. I think it's very important. Now, last but not least, our lady speaker, Ibu Retina Rosabai. Before you start, I will ask you a special question. We heard a lot, and at this last stage, people would like you to underline a little bit concrete examples occurring in Indica Energy. So we will appreciate very much. Ibu Rosabai is the Director and Group Chief Financial Officer of Indica Energy. And actually, she proposed a very romantic title for her intervention: Navigating the Uncharted Path Towards Sustainability. Please do, Pak. Please, Bu. Sorry, mic-nya cuma ada
satu ya, Bapak. Terima kasih. Good afternoon, everyone. I know it's a late afternoon. People may be falling asleep, but I promise only 3 slides. Before I start, I think I would like to take all of you to a journey that we have started. 24 years ago, we started as a coal mining industry. And a lot of people were asking me, why are you here? You are in a dirty business. I said, yes, dirty business. But what is dirty business? But I light everybody. Without my light, without my dirty business, we wouldn't be here today. You know, you can't use your mobile phone, you can't use the light here, and even the mic is not working. But of course, what we are trying to do is to do a better, responsible mining. And all my colleagues here, all the handsome gentlemen have already explained everything. So I think I can go home. So 3 slices, very fast. Next. So this is who we are. Investment holding company with a diverse portfolio. We started as an integrated energy company, just like one of the 3rd largest coal company in Indonesia. And along that we are growing from a coal mining company, then across all the value chain, from contracting mining, coal contract mining, and then we have a coal contract in oil and gases, Tripatra, as well as a coal-fired power plant. The other one that along the line that we have already grown, they're moving towards a more realistic who we are today. So starting 5 years ago, basically, that we adopt these 3 Ds. Like in diamond, you have 4 Cs, right? So I say I have enough with these. So 3 Ds: diverse, divest, and decarbonize. Diverse. Before I do diverse, I need to divest because funding are limited. Funding are very challenging, especially when you are going into renewables. With a paper thin margin, the investors, the banks are looking at how are you going to repay my loan of 20 years. So before that, I need to divest. What I do with diversion is I divest coal-related assets. With a coal-related asset, I have divested coal contract mining, coal logistics, as well as coal mining itself. So I still have one coal mining, which can be my source of income to fund my business in renewable. So with that, we started investment in minerals other than coal. Then the 2 things that I would like to highlight will be here is like green business and electric vehicles. In the green business itself, we have divided into few. The solar panel energy, as well as forestry energy. Then inside the forestry, which is called Indica Nature, we have few businesses inside, which including the biofuel, which I will be competing with my neighbors here. Not competing, completing. We're complementing each other. Yeah. And then at the same time, we are also doing a solar panel, which I'm also complementing what PLN is doing. We are supporting them. We are going to do the desalination, which were awarded to us not so long ago, and it's about 300 megawatt. 300 megawatt with an investment close to about 250 million. So with that, I need to divest. So I have divested my coal company to fund my project together with PLN for the desalination. Then aside from that, what we do is also forestry services, which we are in the process of certification for carbon credit. And the next one will be what we call agroforestry, where we do a lot of planting for non-big tree, that which we do for the natural oil, which we use, like everybody's are using perfume, the patchouli oil, citronella, and all sorts of those like very natural. With that, we are working together with a lot of farmers. So what we're trying to do is to do a sustainable forestry, that we are mentoring them, working together with them, educating a lot of these farmers so that we can do a traceability of the products. So those are the concrete development that we have done for the green business. On the renewable side, we also do this solar panel. We have installed close to about 150 megawatt, and there are few which is ongoing, and our target is in 5 years' time we'll reach about 800 megawatt. On the green business itself, also we are looking at electric vehicles. I don't know how many of you here are using electric vehicles. Good, one, only one? Oh, two, okay. But at least we have somebody who is also very mindful of this pollution. That's why we call electric vehicles. So we start from within ourselves. All the companies' car right now, after renewal, we are going to do e-buses as well as e-mobility, which is including two-wheelers and the four-wheelers. What we have done is basically we take a bold statement as well as a bold action that we built a two-wheeler motorcycle factory in Indonesia. A lot of question was raised. You are in a mining energy. What do you know about motorcycle? But that's our commitment. So what we have done is, yes, we do not have that expertise from within, but we hire the best in the market to help us to build this. And what we have done is basically we have already have the products in the market for 2 years already. And currently we are working very closely B2B in order to help them as well to transition from the regular motorcycle to a two-wheeler EV business. In addition to that, we are also doing the electric buses, which already have the project running in Jakarta, as well as right now we are doing the one in together with the local government for the buses Trans-Jakarta as well as in Medan. Those are the areas that we have already committed and will continue to do so. What are the challenges? The question is like, what are the challenges we face, right? I agree with Pak Damawan, right? Earlier he said, nothing's are permanent, but changes are permanent. And this is basically also what we have experienced. We have already started the solar energy 15 years ago. But at that time, the rules and regulation, then implementation are very difficult. There is no certainty. As well as it takes like lengthy time for approval and everything like that. So in 2 years' time, we didn't see any lights at the end of the tunnel. So we decided to put a stop to the project. But 4 years, 5 years ago, we have seen a significant improvement from the government in terms of regulation, implementation. So that's why we redo it, we reopen the business which already shut down 8 years ago. So that's our commitment, coming from a dirty business to go to a more renewable, greener business for a better future. What else did I forget? I guess the challenges that we meet are basically, number one will be the certainty in rules and regulation, which I think this morning Pak Hasim has already mentioned, the commitment from the government, which I think will be put ease to a lot of people, and that will be a level of our confidence in continuing doing it will be much, much higher. Secondly, the availability, the competency of the people in the renewable energy, in the green business. So those are the areas that we need to build. What we have done is like we work with a third-party consultant as well as some education houses which will help us to do a training for the people as well. Then the third one will be financing. We have Bapak from the Bank Indonesia, BNI, which I think we have been working very closely as well, how to help us in the renewable energy, which I think a lot of rules and regulation, which has not been very, very clear. So with that, I would like to end this. Thank you.
Thank you, Sabai. Thank you very much. As promised to you, very poetic and romantic, perhaps. This progress journey of diversification is really a valuable lesson learned. I think many of actors in the country will pursue this journey as well to, at some point, sooner in the future. Now you are in the 3 blocks, right, left, middle. So I would like to invite, and I encourage ladies, to have 1 question per block. And on the left wing, I recognize my old friend Willie Smith. I have not heard your voice for many years, so please do singing. Yeah, Pak. When you ask question, I'm waiting for an earthquake. Okay, middle, is there any question? Left wing, Willie. In English, not in French.
Yeah, you can choose out of several languages, you know that. Yeah, good to see you again, Francia. Yeah. To all of the panel, the rehabilitation of mining sites, the planting that's happening, I see there's one component missing, that is biochar. I'm not sure if all of you are aware of biochar, but the production of biochar can at the same time produce syngas. Syngas can be converted to ethanol, to methanol, to all the output products that have been mentioned here. So why is nobody looking at this? Because the biochar that we put in the soil has a half-life time of 100 million years. Basically, we are creating new coal, which improves the soil, increases the growth of trees with 50%, and retains water 5 to 7 times better than the regular soil. So less fire, better growth, carbon sequestration, drawdown system. Why does nobody do this of these big companies?
Thank you, Willie. So I go to the heavy, and I hope it's not too academic questions.
No.
Please.
Thank you. I already got a gift, so I have to ask questions, right? Thank you very much. My questions to Pak Darmawan. First of all, I'd like to congratulate you with the performance of PLN. We see record performance in terms of profit and also income, and I think this is good for the country and for the energy transitions of PLN. Pak Darmawan, you have shared with us the plan. I think build 100 gigawatt in the next 15 years with the investment of $235 billion required, right? And I have a couple of questions regarding to that. First is that if you look at the number and also from the previous performance of PLN in the last few years, we know it's quite a challenge, PLN working or operating in a very heavily regulated environment. Your profit is capped in terms of the share of the profit from the cost. And my observation that in the last few years, PLN is having difficulties also to mobilize financing. My questions to that, related to that, is what are you going to do to make sure that PLN able to implement all of this, building 100 gigawatt over the next 15 years? And what kind of the reform and internally that PLN will do, as well as suggestion to the government in terms of the regulatory environment that PLN is going to operating in the next few years. My second question related to that, what are you going to do with your fossil fuel asset in this particular coal asset? Some of this PLN coal asset and also for the IPP will be last longer until 2056, 2057, right? And in the number of COP, you have mentioned that PLN willing to, and also you have stated that PLN is also looking for coal phase down and early coal retirement. Maybe you can give us update what is the PLN plan to that. And the last question regarding this is what is the role of IEPP? In this panel, you have a number of companies. You have Indica, I think you have Pertamina NRE, you have Medco and others. I think they are part of the ecosystem to support PLN meeting your target. And what you are going to do with that. And I think that's also very, very important, because if PLN able to, as you mentioned, work collaboratively with them, I think we can speed up our energy transition effort. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm Fabi Tumiwa. I'm with Institute for Essential Services Reform, a think tank based in Jakarta.
Then that make the questions much more relevant. Kayaknya Pak Darmawan.
I think I just entering my doctorate degree defense dissertation now. Pak Fabi is my dear, not dear friend, but my dear brother. Yeah, and you know, actually a lot of discussion. So I've Hilmi here, you know, with the Medco Energy, Indica, Pertamina Renewable Energy, and all the partners here. So the first thing is this. Under my leadership, I've been trying to transform PLN, that we need to design an ecosystem that is conducive for collaborations. And without this kind of collaboration, forget about this project, about this program. You know, just, you know, PLN is not going to be able to bear the burden alone. My CFO is here. Ibu Cynthia, the Chief Financial Officer of PLN, is right here. The Director of System Planning, Pak Aryati, is here. So we agree upon. So how we come up with the ecosystem that is conducive for investment? The first thing is like, we need to come up with the new spirit, which is fairness, being fair. What is being fair? If PLN is making so much and the partner is losing, that is not fair. Or the partner is making so much and PLN losing, is not fair. You know, so the first thing is, if somebody invests, the first thing we need to make sure is that somebody has to be able to recover the investment back. Otherwise, nobody going to invest in the ecosystem of PLN. And of course, the second one is we have to be able to de-risk any project that being thrown into our ecosystem. Technical risk, commercial risk, demand risk, legal risk, you know, all of those risks. So we need to be able to map out every single risk, and each of the risks has to be addressed properly. In such a way, fairness is going to prevail. The third one, of course, is the rate of return. The rate of return is 6%, the cost of fund is 9%, is nobody going to invest. So we need to come up with a fairness. But if the rate of return is 28% or 30%, there's this little bit of a dose, right? So we need to come up with that. And of course, you know, like we learned along the way in the past, we had so many power purchase agreement that is so strong for PLN, so weak for the partner, in which the partner is, in the process of partnership with the PLN, is suffering some kind of financial challenge. Some of the contract is so, you know, strong for the partner, is not so strong for the PLN. We need to come up with a balanced one. And that is going to be a new strategy. And then of course, you know, like 63% of this additional generation capacity is coming from the independent power producer. So meaning we need to deploy resources, you know, capital, technological innovations, you know, investment, not only on the PLN side, but also on the partner side. And this is meaning that it's not only domestic collaboration, but regional and also international collaboration. And so the spirit of fairness has to prevail in such a way it not only can be seen, but can be felt by our partner. Like Pak Hilmi, you know, I'm going to ask Pak Hilmi, would you like to join this? Indica, would you like to join? You know, like everybody. And it has to be in an environment that is transparent, competitive, and very efficient. In such a way, everybody knows that this is a program that is not by PLN, but by the country, by the government. So this government program, that PLN is going to translate the program into action. And I think the time is up. But you know, like that spirit of fairness has to prevail, right? Thank you.
Recognize. Hilmi, you would like to support Pak Darmawan now? No. Okay, thank you. Pak John, questions about mystery of biochar.
So first of all, thank you for the I think it's a very a relevant question, and but the thing is that what I can see in the new and renewable energy today, first of all, is challenging and dynamic. A lot of solutions are there supporting the green business, right? The thing is, the reality that we have to face today is we have to put priority. For example, we would like to have more on the biofuel. But you see, the problem of biofuel is not simple. First of all, you have to find the land suitable for the feedstock. Secondly, the feedstock itself, not to compete also with the food, right? Because competition with food is it's never be good. Plus all the logistic and everything. Hydrogen is also the same. Initially, we are talking about electrolysis with PLAM and everything. Now we are talking about solid oxide and everything. The technology evolved. But we adapt our strategy with the situation. So biochar, where we are not saying that we are not working on it. We are interested on it. We start look at it, but from our side, we have to be humbly recognize that it will still need some time. We discussed last time about actually the potential of the land X mining that you mentioned that contain a lot of biochar that would actually help to the land become more productive. And this is one of the potential that we could also plan some biofuel feedstock over there. We are looking this solution with IPB. We have a discussion already with them. We'll see. And the challenge is, of course, is maybe it's not the soil itself, but the contour of the soil. Because X mining would be, you know, like a lot of the time it's like the lake and everything. So it will be case by case basis. But the interest is there. So we'll be working on that. But we put our priority today on the biofuel, on hydrogen, even the geothermal. We have our president director of PG today. Geothermal is a base load, right? It's ready. We have all the resources ready as well, quote unquote. But yet to develop this is quite challenging. So we have to collaborate, obviously, very closely with PLN and with others to make it work. And this is also a quick win that we are looking for. But yeah, once again, thank you very much for the input. But we are start working on biochar as well in our side. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak John Anis. Any of you want to look at the potential of biochar? No, thank you. Oh, you are good. You?
Pak Will, there was a very, very good questions. In fact, we just discussed it with the Indica Nature team 2 days ago. We were just talking about biochar. So your question come too soon and too early. Thank you.
I am afraid we have to cease here because I'm quite sad to separate with you, but we are under pressure of the following sessions. Thank you for your cooperation, and can we give a round of applause to these wonderful people? Somehow they convinced us that there is a prospect and there will be a better future for all of us. So thank you very much for your collaboration. Thank you for your indulgence, and sorry for the oversight. Thank you, and I'll end my duty today. I'll see you again tomorrow because it has been 2 sessions. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. And terima kasih kawan-kawan yang mengikuti online. Salam bahagia dari Baku, Azerbaijan. Kita
Before we take a photo, we have a special gift to be handed over by the director or the chairman of Indonesia Pavilion himself, Pak Agus Justianto, to appreciate for all your efforts to make things work and of course for your valuable contribution. Thank you.
From German media, Der Spiegel, would it be possible to get a statement by Hashim?
Wait a minute. Okay, before we dismiss, we're going to have a photo together. Okay, please give another huge round of applause to all the speakers who mostly are the CEO, the leader from Indonesia's large enterprises. Thank you all for your patience and for your attention today. We'll see you again on the next program, which is going to start at 5 p.m.
Coba sekali lagi Pak.
Halo, tes tes tes. Halo, tes tes.
Sekali lagi Pak, boleh terakhir?
Halo, tes tes. Selamat malam.
Suara saya kedengaran nggak? Suara saya terdengar jelas Pak.
Terdengar jelas.
Oke. Oke, makasih Pak.
Sama-sama.
How are we responding to the climate crisis? To reduce our climate impact by 2030.
Good
We're
evening,
scaling up our work with
honorable guests, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen. Although it's the last session of the day, but I guarantee you that it's worth paying attention to. So today, from the discussion earlier, we are aware that Indonesia has committed to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions. And the government has set the NDC's roadmap to achieve its commitment. But there are challenges to meet the goal, and one of them, of course, is funding. So how to leverage financing from various sources to meet the gap. So this session, we will learn the instrument to unlock the financing requirement to fund the energy transition. To start the discussion, let me present to you our moderator of the day. He is the Forestry Attaché for the Embassy of Republic Indonesia in Japan. Please welcome Dr. Zahrul Mutakin.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Pak. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. It's always hard. It's always difficult to lead a session in the very last day, but we will have a distinguished speakers from the private sectors as well as from the Indonesian Environmental Fund. That we are now going to talk about the innovative financing for climate change action in Indonesia as well as in the world. So today we talk about the innovative finance, which is the new and also the combination, the combined funding source of fund that can be created to make sure that our mitigation action as well as the adaptation will be applicable on the ground. So we will have three distinguished speakers. The first one is the president, the director of the Indonesian Environment Fund, Dr. Joko Triharyanto, which now participating through online platform. Pak Joko, are you with us now?
Halo, thank you Mas Syahrul.
Okay, then here you are. The second speakers will be Mr. Darmawan Junaidi, the President Director of Bank Mandiri. Please welcome to the stage, Pak. And the third, the last but not least, I said it. Mr. David Pirzada, the Director of Risk Management BNI of Indonesia. Please, Pak. Okay, let's start with our discussion today with the question to the speakers. First of all, I would like to ask Mr. Haryanto about the strategy and what the Indonesia Environment Fund will unlock the innovative climate finance, and what are they going to do to overcome any challenge or maybe grabbing the opportunities in the future. So time is yours, Pak. You have 7 to 10 minutes to answer my question, please.
Yeah, thank you, Pak Moderator. Thank you, Mas Yahro. Thank you. Sorry, I cannot attend physically. Just to answer Pak Moderator question, this is quite interesting when you ask the strategy, particularly from the Indonesia Environment Fund, to unlock the innovative financial scheme. And basically, perhaps I can also share my presentation just to give some briefly information regarding the basic principle from Indonesia Environment Fund business process. So just to echoing what the moderator and also the previous speaker already mentioned, first, of course, we talk about the urgency from the government to fulfill the commitment to achieve NDC target 2030. This is one a big goal from the government. And then if we talk about the financial requirement, this is quite a big, quite large investment, of course, because if we reverse from the calculation, from third biennial updated report, if the government will fulfill the achievement of NDC 2030, of course, it's required almost 281 billion US dollar. So this is the big fund, big investment, and we cannot rely only from the government budget, because when we calculate the capacity of state budget and also additional fund from local government, perhaps annually the capacity from fiscal no more than 30% annually. So the financial gap, the fiscal gap is quite huge, almost 70%. And then this is quite interesting that government must be asked help from other non-state actors, including the international, both set from MDBs or bilateral, including we ask, invite, and also offering help from private, from the philanthropy, from any particular innovative financial scheme, and also from domestic. So this role can be implemented by Indonesia Environment Fund, because if we reverse from our regulation, particularly from the presidential regulation number 77 2018, Indonesia Environment Fund can ask and also can collecting all the financial resource from international, from MDBs, from bilateral, from philanthropy, from private, both set from the domestic state budget as well as from local budget, and then we can deliver with 3 different funding instruments, which is grant, loan, and also any particular investment like endowment fund. And then from those kind of funding instrument, of course, we can also doing what we call blended finance or any other financial mechanism. So this is what we try to overcome the challenge, particularly from the government, to achieve NDC target 2030, not only rely from the government budget, but also utilization non-state actor. So this is my answer, Pak Moderator. Thank you.
a view of Mr. Darmawan Junaidi, the President Director of Bank Mandiri. You know that the Bank Mandiri has various sustainability achievement, of course. So what is Bank Mandiri's environment and sustainable goal vision, and how do you ensure its successful implementation? Please, Pak, time is yours.
Thank you, Pak Zahrul. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and speakers. We are from Bank Mandiri. Actually, would like to share that from our perspective, actually, Indonesia position already as the world's lungs. Means we realize that some key sectors in Indonesia have around 1.5 gigaton CO2 emissions annually, but also we have the potential more than 1.5 gigaton absorption of the carbon. So based on that, you can see that Indonesia plays a crucial role in the global carbon balance, because we are now as the third largest tropical forest in the world, and we are the second most biodiverse countries in the world, and also we are at the first rank largest peatland area in the world. So based on that, you can see that compared to the other countries in the world, Indonesia has the potential alongside the Brazil to absorb the CO2 emission at least 1.5 gigaton annually, and we have the upside potential, of course. And how we deal with this, actually, our perspective to have at least three concerns to become reduce the carbon emission in Indonesia, because we realize that five key sectors in Indonesia, such as energy, emits like 679 million tons CO2 annually. Also, the land use change and forestry, and then agriculture, waste, and also the industrial process. But we already support Mandiri aligned with the enhanced national determined contribution that we, as of 2017, we start to finance all the initiatives to reduce the carbon emission in Indonesia. Even we have potential very huge, not only as the national asset, but also a gift for the world. Now we finance already almost 47 billion. And based on the data, actually, if we deal with 5 key sectors in Indonesia to reduce the carbon emission, at least we need the financing around 295 billion US dollar. This is what we try to support with all the concerns, because we see three concerns, three big concerns in Indonesia. Actually, the first one, lack of the knowledge and technology. The second one, it has like we have to facilitate at least our clients in our portfolio, and also very actively participate in all the initiatives in the country to improve the knowledge, how to have a better best practice, and also the access to the advanced technology to have the sustainable industrial process at least, and also to make accurately mapping on the absorption of the carbon, because in our perspective, our country now already net sinks, because we have the potential more than 1.5 gigaton CO2 absorption annually. And also, of course, as a banks, we really focus on the financing. So far, I think, based on the Indonesian banking landscape, we are the leading banks to finance all the initiatives to reduce the carbon emissions. Our approach, actually, how we support our clients to have the sustainability championing initiatives, not only for the clients that just started, but also who's already have the best practice on the ESGs to improve the volume of the renewable and also green projects. And also we see that based on this, our strategies to the improve the ESG expertise and sustainability advisory, leveraging technology and the innovation, and also we have the sustainable financial products, like how we improve the best practice with our clients to reduce the carbon emission, to advancing Indonesia to have the best practice of it. Yeah, and I think the last what I want to deliver to the this conference, actually, in a nutshell, what I already explained, actually an invitation to collaborate in championing sustainability for a better future together. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Okay. Yeah, we just heard about the role of the Bank Mandiri in terms of financing the activities to reduce emission in Indonesia, and it reached about 47 billion baht, and will be elevated, will be increased by. Okay, yes, and will be increased by about more than 200 billion US dollars. So I think this is a good opportunity, and Pak Darmawan also invites others to collaborate in with the Bank Mandiri to finance the climate action. Now we will learn also from other financial institution, which is the giant banks in Indonesia beside Mandiri. So Pak David Pirzada, how can the BNI try to formulate the strategy to catalyze the transition of the green industries in Indonesia? You have 7 to 10 minutes to present, Pak. Please.
Thank you. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for the opportunity, and I think we really agreed on what the previous presenter mentioned, Pak Joko and also Pak Darmawan, that Indonesia is one of the core players to achieve this global adaptation for the climate action, because Indonesia, as we know, we have a lot of potential to be the main player on this action for the climate improvement or environment improvement. Maybe I would like to start first on the change of the perception that we have maybe experienced in the past 5 years. That previously maybe ESG in a global perspective, maybe 2 or 3 years ago, the perception of the global risk does maybe only have one item related to ESG. But now the perception of the global perspective based on the World Economic Survey reveals that the environmental issues becoming the dominating factor for the major global risks, which we can see that out of top 5 risks, 4 of them are related to the environment. And also based on the Reuters survey, Indonesia only ranks 99 in the ESG score,
out of 184 countries, which means that we have, or Indonesia have still a lot of room for improvement. And addressing this improvement, a lot of things has been done in Indonesia. Government is also perceived as the main actor to address the ESG issues, specifically on the climate change aspects. And beside the government, also like business sectors is also considered as the second most critical role. And businesses, including the financial institution, including the real sector, is expected to participate in addressing these environmental issues. And as we know also that the commitment to combating the climate change, Indonesia has also set the quite ambitious target through the enhanced nationally determined contribution, which we know that the target is to reduce the emission 12.5% to 15% by 2030. And this also will continue, and the commitment I think is quite strong to achieve that target. And on the regulatory aspect also, we have also seen quite many regulation has been changed, quite many regulation has been enhanced, and as we know, the recent regulation issued by OJK related to the taxonomy for the sustainable finance, I think that's a very good forward move for the real sector to really have concrete action on to improve to reduce the emission. Next slide. And as we mentioned that the perspective, perception on the ESG climate change is really become much stronger, and also in addressing the challenges, then we also demands a unified and collaborative approach. As we mentioned, and I think a lot of speakers also already mentioned that this kind of coordinated and collaborative test. Okay. So despite the increasing awareness, I think the battery is
Habis baterainya dua-duanya.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Maybe we can go to the next slide. So I think we know that the companies continue to face significant challenges. At a lot of things that need to be done, right? Challenges including the budget constraints, the skills, the top management commitments. So these kind of challenges needs to have active collaboration from among the key stakeholders, the government, academy, communities, industries, and financial institutions. And these are the very crucial because I think not even one sector or one, let's say only financial institution can do everything. So this collaboration is a must. And BNI is also fully committed on leveraging the opportunity on how then we are going to have the more or enhanced contribution in this collaboration. And BNI has also have some pillars of sustainability, BNI for Indonesia, BNI for environment, and BNI for the community. So these strategies is we're going to expand through these pillars, and then using the collaboration with various stakeholders. And what we have already done so far, next slide. So there are some things that has been done, even though we know that this is not enough. One of the things that we have enhanced several of our financing on the green projects. We issued the green bonds in 2021, around $500 million US, and this is the first Indonesian bank to issue the green bonds. And at that time, the quite impressive. We achieved around 3.1 times oversubscription during the book building process. And the green bond proceeds we already allocated across 5 critical sectors: renewable energy, sustainable transportation, green buildings, waste to energy and waste management, as well as sustainable natural resources and land use. And if we calculate that into the how much emissions is reduced, the impact of reduction of the emission, so actually we have helped approximately 1.5 tons of CO2 equivalent emissions reduction. And beyond emission reduction, it is also a direct impact to recycle over 1.5 tons of waste, protecting more than 300,000 hectares of land, and planting more than 25,000 trees. So from only 500 million US dollar green bonds, we can have a quite strong impact on the environment. And in addition to the green bonds, BNI also provides what we call sustainability linked loan, SLL. This is, we have already grown the SSL around almost 6 trillion until June 2024. And this is directly, we collaborate with our client, like in our client in the cement sector, that has successfully maintained their CO2 intensity with the agreed threshold. So BNI set some target on these clients on reducing the emission or improving the ESG, and we also give the incentive if the target is achieved. And as part of the climate risk management, also we implement several approach such as some change. We put integrated climate risk management provisions within our risk acceptance criteria, and also we set a loan exposure limit for high emission industries. In order to conduct climate risk, we also do the climate risk stress test to assess the potential impact on our client and also our portfolio performance. And next slide. And beside the things that we have done through the direct financing or through green bonds or through sustainability linked loans, we have also initiated in bridging the knowledge advancement to industries. So I think this is also one of the next crucial initiative, maybe in the next slide. So this is the next crucial initiative that BNI needs to do, and we think also this is the key role that BNI needs to take in order to enhance the financial climate financing opportunity. Next slide, please. So BNI needs to position itself as a partner to our clients. Maybe next slide. Can we go to the next slide? Yeah. So we need to position BNI as a partner to our clients, so working hand in hand to achieve the net zero emission. So as we mentioned that the OJK regulation already issue the new taxonomy, TKBI, which is directly regulate on the energy sector. This is the real sector that have 3 traffic lights: green, transition, and unclassified. And based on that, then we can help our client. BNI can do as an advisory, giving advice on the clients to move up their criteria from, let's say, unclassified to become transition or to become green. And this kind of advisory role, I think, will be one of the critical and crucial factor that then after that we can have a more an opportunity to have the climate blended financing, let's say. But in order to do that, then we need really to have a good collaboration and also a good communication, and we know what kind of things that our clients needs, what kind of things that we can then try to finance to our clients. So that's, I think, the thing that we need to do. And next one, maybe as also mentioned by Pak Darmawan, I think growing together collaboratively and also coordinatedly together with all the stakeholders, I think that's the crucial issue. So we are committed in collaborating with the key stakeholders, particularly the government, the industries, to create the sustainable future. I think Pak Joko also, as the director of the BPDLH, right? Indonesian Environment Fund. And I think then we can open quite a lot of financing, climate blended financing opportunities together also with our advisory role with our clients. Maybe that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Applause for Pak David. Okay, thank you, Pak Darmawan, Pak David, and also I hope Pak Joko also still with us. But anyway, we have heard about how the two financial institutions refers to the ESG, environmental, social, and governance concept to do what the private sector can participate in environmental global environmental action, especially in terms of mitigating the climate change through financing the projects that are reducing emission in Indonesia, but also collaborating with others, especially the local communities and as well as the government, to do more impactful programs on the ground. So before I invite the audience to ask some question or to provide or to deliver their views on the innovative financings for mitigating climate change, would like to ask both of the speakers about the most challenging situation that need to be addressed either by Bank Mandiri or Bank BNI to continue or even enhance their activities or their program in terms of financing or in terms of participating more in enhancing their contribution to emission reduction program in Indonesia. Pak, maybe from Pak Darmawan, please.
We believe that this conference actually give us the opportunity at least to introduce the framework. So I think two keywords, communication and collaboration, because sometimes the world really don't understand about Indonesian position as the world's lungs, because we have the potential carbon absorption, very huge. At least so far, before we really do the scrutinize of the potential carbon asset of Indonesia, at least now 1.5 gigaton absorption of the CO2 annually. And also this communication to give Indonesian position to be more optimistic to do the initiatives to reduce the carbon emissions. As I explained earlier, that if we focus on the 5 key sectors, energy, and then the landscape change and forestry, and also the agriculture, waste management, and also on the industrial process, we at least have the target from 1.5 gigaton CO2 emission annually, reducing to be very optimized level. So based on the communication, I think we will have the same understanding about Indonesian position to the world. That's the first thing. And the second one, collaboration, because as I also explained, 3 big concerns on the knowledge, lack of knowledge, and also the very restricted access to the technology to advancing Indonesian, maybe private sectors, maybe a government agency, to have the path to reducing carbon emission as quick as what we can do in Indonesia. And also, of course, the financial, because based on the 5 key sectors, at least we need, based on our calculation, 295 billion US dollar. And so far, Mandiri already financed, as of 2017 until now, as we speak, we have around 47 billion already. But of course, collaboration not only from Indonesian domestic market, but also we invite all the global players, not only from the financial institution, but also maybe some channels. It's could be also we invite to do it together. Again, to build to the better future for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak. Now, what the view of the BNI about the most challenging situation in terms of implementing your program, Pak?
Yeah, I think I agree with Pak Darmawan.
I think collaborative approach is the key, right? Because we as a financial institution, we can do the first step, like we mentioned, we can issue the green bonds, and then we use the proceeds to finance the green projects. We can issue the sustainability linked loan, right? But then I think it's not enough. We need collaboration with other stakeholders, government, industries. It's
Udah nggak bisa. Yang mana? Udah nih di register lagi. Udah selesai? Mati lampu. Hah? Iya, entah suka mati dia. Mati lagi. Ini nggak bisa di.
And I think like with the government also, right, the regulator, I think you also need to have a good, strong collaboration with the regulator. I think part of the enhancement of the enhanced opportunities for the climate blended financing is also need to be supported by the regulation. Like I mentioned previously that with the issuance of the TKBI on the energy sector, I think that's a very good example on how the regulation then can do movement of more opportunities for financing, and meaning that we as the financial institution, we can also then join that kind of collaborative and coordinated effort. And I think also Pak Joko as the director of the BPDLH, I think a lot of scheme on climate blend scheme that we can also invite the financial institution to have more contribution, and I think it's a lot of potential for that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pak David. So we have heard about the situation in both companies. So I invite from the floor whether there are some responses from the floor about what we are discussing today. Yes, Pak Hendra, please.
Thank you, Pak Darmawan and Pak David. Very nice presentation. I'm just wondering that's because we are the archipelagic countries. Is for Pak David, for example, is there any plan for expand green bond into the blue bond, Pak? Because as you know, we have already put it the special chapters and ocean in the second NDC. I think this has become one promising sector. So just wondering whether BNI will expand into the blue bond, for example. Second point, Pak, what is why the Mandiri and BNI doesn't touch marine and fisheries sectors for contributing for the climate change, Pak? Is there any, for example, that BNI and Mandiri can, provide how the two financial institutions can promote sustainable fisheries management, for example, or any kind of like coastal zone management, for example? I don't know. So probably BNI and Mandiri can provide. Because we are archipelagic countries, we have 17,000 islands, so just want to remind you that we are archipelagic countries. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Pak Hendra. So, Pak Hendra is from the Ministry of Fisheries and Maritime Affairs. So, his question is about how can the BNI and Mandiri also address the issue of the ocean in climate change. So maybe Pak David first.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think that's a very relevant, and we are going there. We are going there, meaning that we know that the blue economy, green economy. Right now, maybe we are more focused. Everybody's mentioned about the green economy because that's there are more real opportunity on that, meaning that it can be implemented directly. And I think for the blue economy, maritime, ocean, I think we also need to find and also try to contribute on that also. And I think the collaboration with the government, with the Kementerian Keuangan, because one of the difficult things that financial institution face is when we are giving financing, we always try to see what are the risks, right? Because that kind of risk management is in practice for the financial institution. And some of the projects of the maritimes, maybe there are quite a lot of high risk. And it doesn't mean that we cannot give financing on that sector. But we need to have a collaborative approach together maybe with Pak Joko, that maybe we can find a scheme, financing scheme, which also can reduce the risk of the bank. Meaning that, let's say, maybe there is some opportunity for the grant, or there is some opportunity for the guarantee. So that kind of climate, we call climate blended financing, that not only one financial institution coming in to support the project, but several parties, maybe also from international, let's say World Bank, IFC, and also financial institution in Indonesia. And I think with that collaborative and coordinated effort, I think then we can then go into the blue economy.
Thank you, Pak Darmawan.
Thank you, Pak Hendra. Of course, the opportunity is very huge for Indonesia in terms of the blue bond issuance to support all the blue economic initiative. But again, make sure that the communication amongst the industry players, if any opportunity to the very specific blue economic activities, then we can see, is it part of the focus? If maybe the blue economic part of the energy sectors that we have to be really focused to reduce the carbon emission, of course, the financial industry will handle the needs of the financing there. Because you can see all the financing actually based on the investors' base. So far, I think it's already open for the blue bonds. I believe we can collaborate with all the force from the global also, not only from Indonesia, but banking actually, they follow how the response from the market. So I think if Pak Hendra maybe later we can communication more intense on the how do you see the opportunity, we are open, Pak. Bank Mandiri, I think, ready to facilitate, because as I explained before, that we actually support our client to be national champion on the advancing Indonesia to have the reducing carbon emissions. And if you raise the concern or proposition for blue carbon or blue bonds issuance, I think that's good for us. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Pak Darmawan. So, Pak Hendra, don't worry. They both banks will also address or cover the issue of coastal management, the ocean, and all the projects in the ocean and the maritime affairs. So I do hope also that you can collaborate more and as soon as possible, not pending to more time. So I invite more question, please, Pak.
Mr. Moderator, my name is Muhammad Indrawan from Universitas Indonesia, Research Center for Climate Change, and very much I appreciate learning opportunity from the resource persons. My main question is how to loop in the village communities. For instance, the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, they have very down-to-earth program like village resilient program and, for instance, social forestry. They all need investment. And if I understand correctly, Pak Joko Triharyanto, he has given a remarkable example about collaboration. I mean, if I understand correctly, Pak Joko, he collaborated with Bank Rakyat Indonesia, and Bank Rakyat Indonesia teach the local through their outreach units. They teach the local communities how to treat money and how to avoid negative debt. Yeah. So I think that is a brilliant move, and as I'm a field worker, I go to the villages and exchange knowledge with the local communities. I think the local communities, many of them are actually heroes for climate change, but we don't, not many of us know. But if they are given the facilitation, without less bureaucracy, they can do wonders. So my takeaway question is how to loop in the local communities and maybe using the existing government channels. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak. So please, Pak Darmawan, about the role of the bank in terms of involving on or empowering the local communities for climate action, please.
Thank you, Pak Muhammad from University of Indonesia. To the Bank Rakyat Indonesia, to Bank Mandiri, we have a different characteristic of the bank. We serve to the wholesale clients, but of course we concern about the how to improve the very low economic activities, but indirectly, because we have the partnership with our wholesale clients wherever they have the ecosystem surrounding, maybe to improve the capacity of the local economic activities and also to support all the conservation from the environment there. Also we do it. And maybe I could share that in terms of the bank, Bank Mandiri have already committed to have the net zero emission on operation by 2030. Even if you notice from the beginning, I never told about net zero emission in Indonesia because we are actually already net sinks. So I think this is the initiative to reduce the emission for Mandiri individually. So I think this is also what we do to improve the volume of the carbon asset of Mandiri. Say we have the initiative to have the some areas of the mangrove that we collaboration with the people in the rural area, even probably not linked to the wholesale client, but also we support there, because this is initiatives that we want to show that banking, even we don't including in the very sensitive industry to have the emission, but for the operation of the bank itself, we have the commitment that by 2030, we have the net zero emission by some initiatives. And also from our, I believe you used Live-in super apps of Bank Mandiri. We have the Live-in Planet there, because that's conserve also. All the activities from the banking transaction, also you got the point, because this is also a part of our effort to, to support all the initiative to make green financings improve. Yeah, that's the response, Pak. Yeah.
Thank you, Pak Darmawan. Pak David?
I think for the community, I think we have done quite a lot in BNI. This is also related to our pillars for the sustainability, BNI for community. And maybe as an example that things that we have done, we have what we call the BNI UMKM Ramah Lingkungan, or BUMI. This is empowering the MSME to produce green products through green process. So including utilizing environmentally friendly raw materials and packaging, implementing proper waste management, including potential reuse and recycle. So we have distributed around 30 billion rupiah, 133 MSMEs. And we have also what we call Jejak Kopi Katulistiwa. And this is enhancing the coffee farmer. We distributed around 54.5 billion to 424 MSME farmer. And we also we call BNI Smart Farming. This is enhancing the UMKM, enhancing the capability through digital farming. So this kind of initiative, I think, it makes the enhance the capacity, empower the community, and providing them the capacity building, the technical assistance, and also to become environmentally friendly. I think also one thing that also I need to mention, that we have the program what we call Expora. Expora is we are giving support to the export MSME, which have opportunity to export. Then we do like a business matching for them in order for them to distribute their products for export.
Thank you, Pak David. So we have learned from the two banking financial institutions that they also, with the different strategies, also address and collaborate with the communities on the ground. One last question from the floor.
Thank you very much. Your presentation was very interesting. My name is Binta Singate. I'm from the Gambia. We are suffering a lot from coastal erosion and then coastal erosion. We have 5 species of the mangrove in the Gambia. So we were just seeing whether with Indonesia or the banking, whether it's possible to have some type of collaboration or to see how to to help our citizens in doing the activities like what you are doing. Whether it's possible from outside of Indonesia, from the Gambia, whether it's possible to access this type of facility or to enhance the capacity of our people.
So from Gambia, I would like to also collaborate, maybe international bank and but please respond back.
Yeah, I think the opportunity we can collaborate on that. I think we need to first communicate and then see the problem and what we can do to support, right? Internationally, we also like BNI. We have many branches overseas, We have in London, we have in New York, in Tokyo, in Singapore, Seoul, and I think in Africa, I think our London office can support in Africa. Okay, thank you.
Maybe a response that what I share with the distinguished guests, actually the framework, because we believe this could be used as a model globally, because how banking have the strategy, the framework to support the community to deal with the some carbon assets. I believe it's a huge potential also in Gambia. Maybe if any opportunity indirectly, maybe we could share also to your country banking industry, how banking in your country, at least we could discuss that what we have done in Indonesia. Because if directly we finance to the cross-border, it's really hard from our the financial services agency or the regulators. Because so far, the potential that we could cooperate, actually, if I believe our bank have a connection, if directly called the correspondent banking business to any banks in Gambia, or maybe indirectly through the other global banks, then we can talk the way we have the framework. Because before also, we don't know where to start to deal with these very big issues for everyone in the world, right? That's a good idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak David, and also thank you, Pak Darmawan. It's very interesting question and also invitation from Gambia, who has some 5 types of mangrove, and also we here also have Pak Joko basically, but unfortunately he cannot respond well. But through the Indonesia Environmental Fund, I think the G2G collaboration with the short cooperation with the Gambia and Indonesia can also be developed with the more participation with blended finance, for example. Just behind you, Mr. Hendra is basically also mangroves is part of the maritime and coastal and fisheries ministry in Indonesia. So I think when the G2G cooperation followed by B2B with Indonesia and in the Gambia, I think it may be make a more effective and more impactful cooperation between two countries. With that, I think we approach to the end of the program, and I would like to say thank you to all distinguished speakers, Pak Darmawan, Pak David, and also Pak Joko, who also participating online, and all the participators in this last session of today. And with that, I would like to close this session, and thank you very much, and applaud for all of us. Thank you.
As a vote of thanks, Bapak-Bapak, Pak Agus Justianto will be handing over himself a special merchandise to show our appreciation for your valuable contribution. And Bapak-Bapak, we are going to conclude with a group documentation before we end the day. Thank you once again for making the efforts towards the energy transition, and as well as highlighting the importance of communication and collaborations. And I hope our audience found it very, very enriching today. Thank you very much. Have a good rest, Bapak-Bapak. And to our audience, thank you very much for your participation. You all have a wonderful day. We'll see you again tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you.